Gentlemen, it is now 10 after 9, and we will commence our meeting. This is Tuesday, October 10th, 2023, and we are at the Doña County Commission Chambers, Doña Government Center. And we will begin with an invocation by Chaplain Kevin Brown from the Doña County Detention Center. Good morning, Chaplain.
My name is Kevin Brown. I'm a local pastor, counselor, and a chaplain at the Doña Detention Center. I thank you for allowing me the opportunity this morning to bring the prayer of invocation and ask that you would all please join me in a short time of prayer. Heavenly Father, I come before you on behalf of these whom you have chosen to serve our community. I thank you for their willingness and sacrifice in serving. Your word reminds us in Romans 13 and 1 Timothy 2 that you have placed these people in their positions for the betterment of our society and to accomplish your will on the earth. I pray that you will give them wisdom, understanding, and insight as they lead our community and make decisions that will impact us all. I ask you, Father, to bless them and guide them, leading them to an understanding of what will be best for our community. I pray that through these leaders, you would bring us all to a place and time where we may be able to live peaceful and quiet lives in humility and righteousness. In addition to these, our county commissioners, I pray also for all those who will participate here today, whether they will be government representatives, program leaders, business owners, or the general public. I pray that all would participate with a sense and attitude of humbleness, respect, and honor for all. Amen.
Thank you, Chaplain. We will now move forward to the Pledge of Allegiance. Mr. Stephen Lopez, if you'll lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Stephen. May I please have a roll call of the members present, and so that we are able to determine a quorum?
Commissioner Murillo?
Present.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Here.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Present.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Here.
Chair Chaparro?
Present, we have a quorum. All commissioners are present. The County Commission convenes as a Board of County Commissioners and the County Board of Finance in open session. Mr. Macias, are there any changes to the agenda?
Good morning, Madam Chairwoman. I'll note that there are only 2 employee recognitions this morning rather than the 3 that are listed on the agenda. Other than that, I do not believe that there are any changes.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now move on to Pet Showcase. Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, for changes to the agenda, I was actually requested to pull item number 4 off the agenda if we could.
Thank you, Commissioner. But I understand that Commissioner Murillo is sponsoring that recognition, and it is completely up to her to pull it or not. Thank you.
Then I make a request that we pull it, Commissioner Murillo.
And why do you want to pull it out? Why?
Because I think that the ordinance was not actually approved by the department that provides a service, and I think it should be.
And who says that?
I'm sorry, I did.
Commissioner Reynolds, as for your information, I asked to have it requested on the agenda, and it was approved by the legal team and everything, so there's nothing wrong with doing that. I am not asking for an ordinance. I'm not asking for a resolution. All I'm asking is to recognize 2 advocates. And this is for the community, not for you, not for me.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mr. Macias, Pet Showcase, thank you.
Thank you. Again, on behalf of the County Board of County Commissioners, we take advantage at every meeting to advocate for the adoption of animals from the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. So our animals of the week, I'll start with our cat of the week, Mia, 3 years old, a domestic short hair. A nice person found me checking their home and brought me to the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley to hopefully find my forever home. I am very affectionate and love pets. When I get comfortable, I also love to explore. My ideal home will have lots of kitty furniture for me to romp around in, as well as lots of love for me. Our dog of the week is Sugar, who is 6 years old and a medium mix. I'm an independent girl, but I still dream of having a forever home. I'm pretty good on the leash, and I'm the type of dog to teach you how to slow down and smell the roses from time to time. I'm curious, and I like to check out my surroundings. I've been at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley for over a year now, and I just love to find my future family. Don't let my independent spirit fool you. I want just as much love as the next dog. Can you imagine, with a tongue like that, getting such a nice kiss from this dog? I can't understand why Sugar has not been adopted. But anyway, on behalf of the board, we're asking those here in the audience and those that may be viewing to please consider adopting either Mia or Sugar or any other animal that might capture your heart at the Animal Services Center of the Mesilla Valley. There are some adoption opportunities. There's Paws and Claws and Spooktacular from the 1st of October through the 31st. And of course, that's occurring over at the Animal Services Center. There's also an opportunity this coming Saturday from 10 to 1 p.m. at the Farmers Market for an opportunity to see and adopt animals. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. We will now move forward with employee recognition. The commission will recognize Doña County employees for their years of service to Doña County. Mr. Macias.
Thank you. On behalf of the board takes an opportunity to each of its meetings to recognize the commitment and the years of service that certain employees have achieved. So we're going to start this morning with Carrie Gamboa. And Ms. Gamboa, you will please join us up here. We're celebrating 15 years with Doña County. Big smile. Okay, thank you. These looks of fears always concern me a little bit. Carrie joined the sheriff's office as a transcriptionist in the records division in September of 2008. In 2018, she was promoted to document technician, and in 2021 to record specialist, her current role. In this role, she checks all police reports, working closely with officers to ensure reports are correct before they are merged into DASO's records management system. Carrie is also responsible for reporting local crime data to the FBI through the National Incident-Based Reporting System, or NIBRIS. This platform collects detailed law enforcement data about criminal incidents throughout the nation. To ensure reports meet the requirement of less than a 4% error rate, she meticulously reviews an average of 150 reports each month. Looking back, her proudest achievement is getting her agency certified with NIBRIS and keeping up with all of their requirements. Her supervisor, Kathy Mesa, Information and Records Supervisor, said Carrie is a kind and always willing to help. Her colleagues have come to rely upon her vast knowledge. She helps DASO deliver a rate of 1% or less errors and has done so for the past 3 years. Carrie loves, lives, and breathes Nightmare Before Christmas. You are my kind of employee. Both at home and at the office. You're already decorated? Okay, we're off to see it. Though she said she does not have a hobby or special talent, Carrie is a team player who is a wonderful aunt to Harley, Sheriff Stewart's 3-legged dog, and she is known to be a true dog lover to her own and other dogs. You want to adopt Sugar? Oh, been there for a year. Oh. Okay, so let me just comment on a personal level that we always have a chance to recognize our law enforcement officers, but really as part of that effort are the administrative staff that provides support within the Sheriff's Department. And Carrie Gamboa has been doing that for 15 years now. And she really merits and deserves, not just because of her special personality and her very caring personality, but because of the incredible amount of work that she's called upon to do every month. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the Board of County Commissioners in giving a very special recognition to Miss Carrie Gamboa. So this plaque will be presented to Ms. Carrie Gamboa in appreciation for and recognition of 15 years of dedicated service to Doña County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management. Again, 15 years of special effort on the part of Ms. Gamboa. So we'll just pause momentarily for some wonderful pictures with you and the commission. Sheriff Stewart, would you care to join us for this photograph, please? And I don't know if Miss Mesa is here. I don't see her. She is. Oh, well, stop hiding. She, come up to.
I have one more thing to say. I have one more thing to say because I'm a politician, so I know how to do this. Neighbors. Without neighbors, folks, we would not get grants. Please understand the pressure to produce in neighbors is huge. There are only 13 counties in this state that are neighbors compliant. Think of that. So when you look at what we're getting in terms of grants, we would not get them if we were not compliant and if not for Carrie. Thank you.
Great. We'll proceed to Lieutenant Anthony Eberwein for 25 years of service. He doesn't get scared coming up here. He scares me standing next to me. Lieutenant Eberwein joined the detention center in September of 1998 as a detention officer. In December of 2005, he was promoted to sergeant. He has worked in many areas of the facility, including booking, juvenile, and as a floor officer. He was also a member of the Special Emergency Response Team. In 2009, he was promoted in his current role of lieutenant in the Professional Standards Unit. In this role, he receives and investigates citizens' complaints, gathers documentation, and presents internal and external complaints that may rise to the level of a formal written reprimand or above. Throughout his career, Lieutenant Eberwein has received various letters of appreciation for his professionalism on the job. He is proud to achieve 25 years of experience and be known as someone his colleagues seek for advice or help. In his time off, he enjoys listening to audiobooks and is a big fan of Stephen King books and movies. this must be your time of year as well. Ladies and gentlemen, let me also, on a personal note, Lieutenant Eberwein and I participated in a professional leadership training over, gosh, I think it was a 12-week period. We were on the same team together. This was national leadership training provided by the National Association of Counties. And he was an incredible teammate in terms of his contributions, his knowledge, his perspective in terms of what is necessary to progress as a leader within a governmental setting. And I understand that now he's also registered to continue with some of that additional training. And he's someone who, although has achieved 25 years of experience with the county, I certainly hope that he's prepared to spend another 25 years with the county. He'll say no, but let's hope. Ladies and gentlemen, please join the commission in congratulating Lieutenant Anthony Eberwein for 25 years of dedicated service to Doña County and its community. Again, this silver Nambe plaque to Anthony Eberwein in appreciation for and recognition of 25 years of dedicated service to Doña County on behalf of the Board of County Commissioners and County Management from September 16th of 1998 through to the 16th of September of 2023.
Thank you. We will now move on to public input. If anyone would like to address the commission, please step forward to the podium. Please sign your name on the book to the left, and you have 3 minutes. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Raimundo Vasquez. I am a Chaparral resident. I'm also a soccer coach. I'm here to talk about our soccer field. Also requesting that quads and four-wheelers be banned from the Dolores Wright soccer fields and the park. Years back, we had halfway decent soccer field, but due to people riding their quads and their four-wheelers, they destroyed and tore up that soccer field. So the decision was it's not to repair, but to tear down the whole soccer field. What we got was just screening, which is broken down gravel and dirt. That's what we're practicing on. I have a team of about 20 kids. We practice in that soccer field, what we have. Now it's been torn. What they did is they leveled the soccer field, they put the screening to the sand, and now they came back with their quads, their four-wheelers, and they're tearing that down. So what I'm requesting, with the community requesting, and our soccer team is requesting that the four-wheelers be banned, and also that a barrier be set around the soccer field to prevent this from happening again. They're doing their donuts, they're actually destroying the field. It's the destruction of public property. It's just as bad as somebody came up here and did graffiti on the walls. We also need the sheriff to be a little bit more engaged in the park also, and slow them down, because like yesterday we were practicing under a cloud of dust because there was a young lady with their quads riding around the field, which is the parking lot. It's also rocks and dirt. So when she was riding about 20, 30 miles per hour, which is also a hazard for people that are walking back there, then we were practicing under the cloud of dust. So that is what I'm here for, and hopefully something can be done. Thank you.
And sir, your name again, please?
Raimundo Vasquez.
Raimundo Vasquez, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? If you'll step forward, please.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for allowing me to talk here. One of the first things I'd like to ask, and I don't know if this has been done or not, but considering everything that's happening in the Middle East and with Israel, is there a proclamation denouncing anti-Semitism in the county? And if there's not, can we get one?
Sir, what is your name, please?
Okay, thank you. Tony Chavez.
Tony Chavez, thank you.
And then the other thing I wanted to discuss was this, they're trying to, I guess, get approval for the plat for the Mesilla Vineyard Estates. And I think that's one of the last issues on the agenda. So do I need to make my comments now regarding that, or can I wait till then?
If you would please kindly wait until that agenda item is called, we'd appreciate it.
Okay, can I give you my comments so you guys can look at when you have a chance?
If you hand them to Mr. Macias so that he can make sure that there's enough copies for all the commissioners. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
These are the comments that you would read, because you'll be getting 3 minutes to read it if you want.
Mr. Chavez, were you through?
Yes, that's
Thank you. If there's anyone else that would like to approach the podium and address the commission, please step forward. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Travis Brown. I'm the Executive Director for the Southern New Mexico State Fair and Rodeo. And we finished our event on October 1st, and I'm just here to let you know, first off, how much we appreciate all the support from the county staff. Specifically, I'd like to acknowledge Madam Chair for coming out and speaking at our opening ceremonies, and also for a very kind donation to our bake sale, and Commissioner Reynolds for serving on our scholarship committee. We're very proud that we gave out over $20,000 this year to local youth, and we appreciate you assisting and participating in that again this year. We had a tremendous event, outstanding community support once again this year. We were slightly down on our attendance, but we had 2 bad nights of weather. So we're very happy, and probably ended up with our 2nd or 3rd best event ever. So it was tremendous. But in order for us to do that, we had exceptional support throughout, not just our event, but preparation for our event. So county administration has supported us tremendously in the 6 years that I've been involved. They continue to do that. The facilities and park staff have done an amazing job. We continue to receive more and more comments every year about the condition of the grounds, how they look, the improvements that have been made. And they are there. You have staff that are basically on call 24 hours during our event. So when we have a water line break at midnight, we call and they are there to repair it. So they are instrumental during our event as well. Sheriff Stewart and her officers, they're providing support and protection for the community. Chief Cherry and the County Fire, Stephen Lopez and Amanda Bowen from the Office of Emergency Management help us prepare for the event, make sure we have a plan in place to protect those people who come out and do attend and support us. Dr. Lopez Askin and her county clerk staff, the IT staff, radio shop, planning department, Mesilla Valley Dispatch, codes, animal control. I mean, it truly is a tremendous effort on the part of the county and the staff in order to get that done. So we're very excited about next year. Our dates are September 25th through the 29th. You will be seeing me every couple of months coming in and updating you and letting you know where we're at and how the planning is going. We are hopeful that we can continue to grow the event, to expand, and continue to provide just what we think is the best family-friendly festival, really in the Southwest region, not just in Doña County, but in the southern Southwest part of the state. We thank you for all you do to allow us to continue to do that.
Thank you, Travis.
Madam Chair, just as a note, we should really thank Mr. Brown for his incredible effort. He and his wife do a tremendous job.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Please step to the podium.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Name's Jim Hurst. I had a script and somewhere it disappeared. In any case, I want to make a protest this morning. When the United States was forming, between the Revolution and when we adopted our Constitution, states were arguing about whether or not to institute the same system that Britain had of tax-supported churches. In Virginia, George Washington and Give Me Liberty or Give Me Death, Patrick Henry, suggested that churches support, or the states supported religion. They were opposed by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who said no man should be compelled to worship in any way or support religious institutions in any way. Turns out James Madison and Thomas Jefferson prevailed, which is one of the few political arguments George Washington ever lost. You, as a commission, are compelling citizens and county employees to participate in worship. I can decide not to go to church, but if I come here as a price of admission, I am asked to participate in a religious service. When you invite pastors here to pray, you are creating a religious environment here. That's the intention. You are compelling citizens to worship as a matter of participating in their government. That is wrong. It is against American principle. Employees are not free to leave without making themselves some sort of exclusion, without singling themselves out. As one who protests against religion on a regular basis, I guarantee there's no percentage in it. Employees will not be singling themselves out even if they don't want to participate. So please, end the practice of prayer at commission meetings. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to address the commission? Please step forward. Good morning, Ms. Diaz.
Good morning, County Commissioners, County Manager, staff, and public. My name is Yoli Diaz, Care Patient Advocate. Cancer is the second cause of death in Doña County. My ask is that you evaluate and consider the best option to assist our residents as updated in the August 22nd Indigent Healthcare Resolution. I'm providing you with a project proposal to consider. It is a joint project proposal between Doña County and City of Las Cruces. Health insurance is the same solution I provided leadership in October 2021. I provide this viable solution to improve the crisis of access to needed health care to City of Las Cruces already. The viable solution I'm submitting is to assist on average 200 residents with health insurance. I mentioned to leadership the fund to use is not the indigent fund because of the 2014 fiasco of Senate Bill 228, namely the line items that the then governor vetoed. Therefore, my solution could be funded from the general fund or an unrestricted fund and legally through the New Mexico Constitution under the anti-donation clause because it does not prohibit the state, counties, and municipalities to make a provision for the care and maintenance of sick and indigent persons. Currently, the way the resolution is written and based on what I heard at the August 22nd BOCC meeting, Doña County is prepared to spend up to $1 million to a cumulative cap of $50,000 per person per fiscal year and pay cancer treatment providers not to exceed Medicaid rate. Please correct me if I'm wrong on the $1 million. My solution is more fiscally feasible and fiscally responsible and fiscally prudent. If Doña County can't do this on its own and needs to get state approval to amend the budget, it would be distinguishable as extremely more fiscally frugal and practical to help on average 200 residents than 20 residents, with the 20 residents potentially experiencing added barriers to finish needed cancer treatment. Please consider this viable solution. I will also provide you with Doña County data from Charles Wiggins, PhD, Director and Principal Investigator of the New Mexico Tumor Registry, that is pertinent to the project. The data shows almost 1,000 residents diagnosed with malignant cancer per year. Almost 23% uninsured at the time of diagnosis, and an average of 227 residents of the almost 1,000 uninsured per year. I am providing my concerns and vital patient-centered care to consider. I quantify. One, unfortunately, the simple math is that the updated indigent healthcare resolution, an average of 20 residents be helped, is actually 1 million divided by 50,000, that's 20. Two, if there's a cap on cancer treatment, what happens upon reaching the cap? It would be inhumane to tell a Doña County resident, you have reached the cap, you cannot finish your treatment or have additional treatment for the rest of the year. This cap can create a barrier. It would be cruel to start treatment and not finish it. If you're writing contracts for cancer treatment providers, who are the providers you need to consider with a potential cancer diagnosis may include many different types of diagnostic tests, workup, oncologists, surgeons, hospitals, and much more. I'll provide a list, which my time expired, but I'll give you this list that gives you like so many that would be involved. So please consider it. I'll give you some data.
Thank you, Ms. Diaz.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Mark Veith. Truth and lies. God is dead. Quite the lie. Was coined by a guy named Nietzsche about 200 years ago, and you can't kill what's infinite or eternal. Nietzsche, in his rebellion, spent the last 14 years of his life in an insane asylum with his sister selling tickets to go see the great Nietzsche. One of his contemporaries, don't know his name, to prove that he had destiny over his life, put a rifle in his mouth and pulled the trigger so he could select the day and the time of his death. The point is that man, rather than accepting God, wants to be God. And we've seen that here in our state. Most recently, our governor, and I watched the clips, saw her lips moving, heard what she said, I'm paraphrasing, She says, it is not right, it's illegal, it won't be stopping criminals, but I believe I have the power. So she has put herself in a position that's above the laws by doing that. Too much ego, too much smarts that aren't street smarts, and it's just not gonna help out with this problems that we're having in this country. That's part of the problems we're having with our elections, is people are tampering with the machines. I know you guys have heard this all before, but I was in part of the 2022 audit before we were shut down. You guys are missing thousands of ballots. The numbers that the county gave us were like 400. The packet we would count through them would be 300. And that wasn't just one packet, that was every packet that was short. Thousands of ballots are missing. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to approach the podium to address the commission? Hearing none, seeing none, we will now move forward to staff input. Mr. Macias? Good morning, Ms. Michaels.
Good morning. Jamie Michael, County's Health and Human Services Department. 2 announcements related to the work that our department does for people who are unclaimed. Again, anyone who passes away, and if the body remains unclaimed by family or friends, county government claims the bodies. And on October 24th at 10 o'clock at St. Joseph Cemetery, we are going to have our annual burial for the unclaimed bodies, so you all are invited to attend. Again, October 24th, 10 o'clock at St. Joseph Cemetery. The public is welcome. And second, I just wanted to share a video with you. Back in September, the end of September, we also had the opportunity to have the, if we have an unclaimed body and we're able to prove that the individual was a veteran, then our staff works with the folks at the cemetery, the National Cemetery in Santa Fe, and they receive a service. Once a year, they have a service up there for veterans. So the video here, I think we're getting ready to play it. It will recognize the names of the people from Doña County that were buried. I think they're having some difficulties, but that video is available. It's been shared on our Facebook page, and we will figure out how to make sure all the commissioners receive the video. But wanted you all to know about the upcoming one and the event that did happen in Santa Fe. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michaels.
And Madam Chair, if you could, if the commission could hear very briefly from Robert Herrera, our Director of Facilities.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Herrera.
Morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I'd just like to give you a brief update on the HVAC project that was approved last year by the Commission. We are now in Phase 2 of the project. Phase 1 was the replacement of all the VAV boxes and controls within the facility itself. We've just about have that completed. We are now in Phase 2, which is replacement of the HVAC system itself. So this phase has been actually broken down into 5 sub-phases. The first phase began yesterday over the Sheriff's Department. And what that consisted of was we had to remove these large HVAC units, anywhere from 60 to 80-ton units, remove them and then reset new ones. And they are currently right now being wired up and checking for operation. Phase 2, as you can see, the main building has been broken out into quadrants. Phase 2 will be on the southwest corner, and then the northwest, northeast, and then finally finishing up with the southeast corner. We are trying to make this as little impact to county operations as possible. We do have, while these are down, we do have portable units in the corridors tempering the air, but it looks like everything is running smoothly, and we shall hopefully finish this project up by mid-November. I would entertain any questions if we have any. Thank you.
Commissioners, any questions for Mr. Herrera? Thank you, Mr. Herrera.
Thank you.
We will now move forward to county elected officials' input. Good morning, Dr. Eskin.
Hi, good morning, Commission. Happy to be here this morning. I'm here to punctuate a couple of things going on with our office. As you likely know, today is the first day of early voting in Doña County. I always think of voting in 3 stages. So we have the early voting, which is happening at the Government Center, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. That's early voting, not to be confused with expanded early voting, which will start 10 days from now, and that's across our community from Hatch to Chaparral, swooping all the way around and encompassing our community. Please head to dacelections.com to see our voting locations, not just for expanded early, but also for Election Day, which is November the 7th. I received a phone call last week from somebody who has extensive knowledge of the legislative process, who has been a lifetime voter, said they have never missed an election, and was very confused because they received a notice from our office. Specifically, it had my name on it, but it was from our office, for the Secretary of State's office, notifying them of an election. Now, this individual lives in the county, as do I, as does Commissioner Sanchez, as well as Commissioner Murillo. And this person said, "Why did you send this to me? I live in the county. I'm not voting. I'm not a municipality." And I said, "Oh, but let's remind you, in 2019, we consolidated or basically collapsed all of our municipality elections into November elections. Every year, like clockwork, in November, there is an election. You may not think you have a ballot, but I will have a school board race on mine, as well as a watershed district. So please know that if you think it's an error, it's not, and that you do have a ballot waiting for you when you check into one of our many voting locations. I also want to highlight the idea that we are continuing to accept applications for election officials. DACelectionsagain.com does have all of the roles and information. I also offered you the election flyer that we do every year, which highlights all of the important dates, so please spread the good word. I'd also like to, I've had some questions about specifically our warehouse. So some of you may not know that I feel like we won the lottery with our legislature this past couple of years. I was able to secure, I believe it was $3.1 million in order to build a new warehouse, which we need. And we are working with Mr. Herrera, and he is on all the details, but I'm really, really hopeful that we can get a groundbreaking in December and that we can be done by about that same time next year. Crossing our fingers and toes, and really getting that amount of money is unheard of. I know people who have asked for large projects, and they were lucky if they were able to receive $100,000. And so for us to get $3.1 million over 2 cycles to be able to fund our warehouse is phenomenal, and it's the most important thing about it is it's for our community. I would also like to offer this general information. Public comment is generally not responded to directly. And so what I will do is always offer accurate information, as well as combat any misinformation. If there are specific concerns about an election, please contact our office. If you don't want to contact our office, please contact the Secretary of State's office. And if you don't want to do that, please contact the Attorney General. Misinformation is malinformation, and it does prevent people from voting, and it's quite unfortunate. So if there are specific concerns that you have, we welcome them. Nobody's more invested in good, fair elections than we are. I would also like, and this is the last, soapbox I'll go on. Mr. Travis Brown was here highlighting all the different departments in our county that assisted in the fair. And to me, every time we do something like that, it underscores to me how, as much as I think you all are fabulous, and I really love my job, and I think administration here is great, at the end of the day, it is our staff that is doing the actual work. Mr. Brown thanked me for the work that I did, and please note that it was actually the great staff that I get to work with every single day, and that we can't do enough to help and support them, because the more we help and support them, the better we all are for it. The fact that we were able to get 6 full-time positions last year, and that morale in our department has increased in such a way that we're not doing mandatory overtime. People are not missing school meetings for their kids. They're not missing events like weddings, as like historically they have, because we are fully staffed, and it's a lot of work, but they deserve that. Every single department and every single staff member of Doña County. So I stand for any questions regarding the election or anything else. Other than that, thank you. And I love to see those just voted, I just voted, or I voted stickers. It makes my heart happy. So please, before you leave today, head over to the conference room down the way, where there are very, very friendly people to help you.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Thank you, Dr. Eskin.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Ortega. How are you?
Good morning, Madam Chair Chaparro, Commissioners. Eugenia Gina Montoya Ortega, Assessor, accompanied today by our Data Analyst Coordinator, Mr. Adrian Acosta, who will speak about our tax roll, which was completed the weekend before last. Just to give people an update, kind of a little bit of what our assessor's office is currently doing. Our front office doc techs, accompanied by their supervisor, Ms. Tina Enriquez de la Torre, are utilizing the month of October to work on the business registration list by reaching out to all municipalities in the county so that they may send out our business personal property forms on January the 1st. So now I'll go ahead and let Adrian kind of explain a little bit about what our tax roll and how it went.
Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, County Commissioners. My name is Adrian Acosta, Data Analyst Coordinator. So as Ms. Ortega Montoya said, I did tax roll around October 1, and the state already approved it on October 6. And compared to a year ago, overall, we went up about 7% overall value. So it's quite an increase. So basically with tax roll, I finalize the values for the current year, send it over to the treasurer, who are then reviewing it, and they will prepare tax bills. That's all I have, sorry.
Commissioners, any questions? I was just writing down the 7%, which is fabulous. Thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments? Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. Any other elected official that'd like to approach the podium? Hearing none, seeing none, we will move on to commission input. Commissioners, any input? Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just had a couple of updates. One, I wanted to thank all those that came out to the community meeting we had in Doña on October 4th. Especially, I want to also thank Representative Small and Senator Steinborn for attending, as well as the county staff. We had Mr. Moabed that was there as part for our roads and engineering department. Mr. Herrera, who also came to give some updates on with facilities and parks. Our animal control officer, Snow, codes officer, Friday, Lieutenant Bales from DASO, from Constituent Services, Susie Cordero, from the Flood Commission, Mr. Michael Garza, and I just really appreciate everybody being there to hear the concerns from the community. And we will look to we'll be looking to schedule kind of a next round, hopefully in the northern part of the county coming up. So just keep your eyes and ears open. I know we've been posting a lot on our social media for the government center, or the Doña County Government Center on Facebook. So I really appreciate it. So people, if you're interested in living in District 5, like I said, we'll have some more sessions coming up soon. I did want to also remind those in the public, if you have kids from ages 10 to 16 that are looking for something to do on Saturday or Sunday, we do have a program going on around outdoor activities and outdoor recreation going on. So on Saturdays from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. right now in the Doña Community Center, They're having those on Saturdays, every Saturday until November 4th. And then from 9 to 1 on Sundays in the Valo del Cerro Community Center in the southern part of the county, or at least south of Las Cruces. So if you're interested and you're living in those communities and your kids are between the ages of 10 and 16, please come out. It's a free activity. We just want to make sure that we're trying to engage all of the youth as much as we can. So that one is also, sorry, I should add, that's going on every Saturday through November 5th. I did also want to recognize Commissioner Reynolds, who recently was selected as the chair for the Spaceport America Regional Spaceport Tax District Board. So thank you, Commissioner Reynolds, for serving on the board, and congratulations. And then I did have a couple of things, Madam Chair, that I hopefully wanted to bring up with the county manager, and hopefully we can try to figure out some solutions on in the future. I've already had at least some discussion with Mr. Moabed on a couple of these items. One is the path crossing along Valley just north of Mayfield. It's the Trevize Path / La Llorona Path. And one of the things that I continue to see is that although there's a sign indicating there's a crosswalk there, drivers rarely yield the right-of-way to any of the pedestrians that are waiting to cross. I mean, I know this has been going on for several years. I know we've talked in the MPO previously about it, but being that it's NMDOT jurisdiction, I know we have concerns, and I guess they haven't been very readily wanting to make some sort of changes there. So I know, like I said, I've had at least some initial discussions with Mr. Moabed, but I know the other day, I'll give you an example. It took a school bus stopping and putting their flasher lights to get people to stop and yield to a group of walkers and bicyclists to cross the road on Valley. So hopefully, if there's a way, I don't know how we get some additional attention that when they see a road sign that indicates there's a crosswalk, we need, as drivers, we need to yield to the pedestrians that are there. And it's really important because I've heard from even the Picacho Middle School Bicycle Club has tried to do rides, and they struggle to get across of Valley. So that's one. The other item I was going to ask, and I think there was some questions about it, was when we talk on outdoor recreation, I'm excited for the program I mentioned earlier, but I know if we can have maybe some further discussion. I know Commissioner or Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez had some other suggestions on possibly having an equipment trailer that we could possibly utilize to bring equipment to the local communities for them to use, rent, borrow. I think we had some initial discussions. I'd like to see if we might be able to get those, hopefully some more discussion on that soon. Because I think it's important that we continue to try to find ways that we can engage the youth or those in their community. And I know we just had a gentleman from Chaparral that mentioned soccer field. So like I said, I know there's definitely the communities are utilizing our facilities or trying to utilize our facilities. So let's continue to make these things like the BMX pump track and things like that more accessible to those youth in our community. So with that, Madam Chair, that's all I have.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. I appreciate it. Have any of you all driven Dripping Springs recently and noticed all the wonderful potholes that we've left for you there? Well, we actually have a funding project in the works with the federal government in order to repave that road. As a matter of fact, the funding was supposed to start in 2024 or 2023. Well, now that's been pushed back to 2026 or 2027. So for all those wonderful potholes, I'm sure you guys are excited about the challenge going up and down Dripping Springs at 40, 45 miles an hour. Well, good news, it's not going to be that way forever. Our county engineer and our road department are planning to start paving that, if it hasn't already started, very soon. We're going to put a layer of paving on there so that we can eliminate the potholes and make it a lot safer to run that road. So even though we can't get the funding for the federal project for another couple of years, we recognize that's a hazard, and we're acting on it as soon as possible to get something done on that road to make it more safe. So some of my constituents have called me and asked me about it, and I've told them, but I thought it was important to make that announcement and a public announcement so everyone is aware of it. The other thing I'd like to mention is, we have a lot of fields, baseball fields, soccer fields, areas around our community centers which are being used by the community. And I'm not sure exactly what our plan is. I'd like to get a good plan from Mr. Herrera about exactly how we're going to make those accessible and safe. I mean, for instance, I wouldn't have a basketball court with potholes in it, so because it would be too dangerous for people. So why would I have a baseball field with rocks or a soccer field with rocks? And I don't know that, are we repurposing the soccer fields to make them something else? If we are, I'm not aware of the plan. So I would like to reach out to our community development and our facilities to actually help us understand exactly, should we tell them they can't use them anymore, or we actually have a plan to make them more usable and safer for the kids. So I'd like to hear about that maybe in the next meeting, okay? The other thing I'd like to say is you have no idea how much fun it is to sit down with 17 young adults vying for a college education and trying to find a way to fund it and get to find out and get to spend $21,000 on scholarships in an afternoon. That was doing that at the fair for the 4-H group from people from parts of Texas, all over southern New Mexico. It's such a privilege, such an honor, and such a wonderful thing to do. So if you haven't experienced that, maybe you should reach out to the 4-H and say, look, maybe you can take my place next year. I hope you don't, because I enjoy it too much. But if you want the opportunity and the pleasure of being a part of that and hearing exactly what they have to say and what they're planning to do with their lives, it's amazing. It's amazing to see what their dreams are and to be a part of hopefully making a small portion of that real. There's another organization I work with as well called the SOAR Optimists. If you're not aware of them, I challenge you to look up the SOAR Optimists organization here, because they roughly help out and are responsible for over 500 young women who have either single parents, divorced, abused in several ways, but going to college and trying to better their lives. And so look up the SOAR Optimists to see what they do and try to be a part of making those dreams come true as well, because they also provide scholarships between $250 and $2,000 to at least 8 to 10 young ladies that are really struggling in college every year. So that's another great organization I work with. And not to mention also Casa de Peregrinos, which actually is helping us to eliminate the problems that we have with the food desert here in the county by providing meals all over the county. And they're opening another facility in Sunland Park, are working on that, and they're looking for one in Hatch as well. So let's get behind and support these efforts to make our community a better place to live for everybody and safer for everyone. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Anything else, Commissioners? Thank you. We will now move forward to agenda item number 1, the minutes. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanchez. Are there any changes, corrections to the minutes, Commissioners? May I have a roll call vote, please, Brandy?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We will now move forward with presentations and proclamations. Agenda item number 2, Mesilla Valley Economic Development Alliance Quarterly Presentation. Ms. Ainsworth, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Commission. I'm Christina Ainsworth with the Community Development Department, and I will introduce Devin Lopez, President and CEO of Mavida, so that he can provide the BOCC with the first quarterly update for the fiscal year 24.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes. Either we need to turn the volume up on the mic here, or people need to stand closer, because it's hard to hear. I'm not hearing everyone clearly through the mic. And I know I had my hearing test about a week and a half ago, and they said I don't need hearing aids. so I know it's not me. Anyway, so either move closer or turn the mic up at in the conference room or in the control center. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
I thought I was the only one having hearing problems this morning.
Well, I could have hearing problems, but my doctor says I don't, so.
Okay.
Good morning, Mr. Lopez.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, Christina, thank you. I'm wondering if this is going to bring a little bit of
That's an echo.
echoing, or I can just speak louder.
Or closer.
Okay.
Or closer to the mic, one or the other.
Well, thank you for having me here today. This is meant to be a quarterly update to all of you regarding Mavita's activities. What I wanted to do with this presentation, of course, I want to let you know kind of the activities that have been taking place over the past quarter, but I also want to spend some time in this presentation and talk a little bit about the opportunities we're seeing, but the challenges to actually fulfilling those opportunities for new job creation that we have here in the county. And Madam Chair, Commissioners, is the sound okay? Okay, great. So this first page, I'm showing you our chart in activity to date. The bottom green line on the chart on the left represents where we want to be or where we're at this time of the year, where the red line above is what our metrics are for the full fiscal year. The different bars are the different categories in which we're measured against. It's everything from site visits, companies coming and visiting the region, to qualified projects, completed projects, all the way to jobs created and capital investment and more. And as you can see, in most categories, we are above that green line in terms of metrics, and in terms of payroll generated and capital investment, we've already surpassed our numbers for the years. On the right is the actual activity that's taken place, which we call closed or announced projects. There are 6 of them, and we broke them up into 2 categories. The top 2 are actually company locates, meaning we went out and worked with our peers to try to attract these companies to make investments in Doña County. The bottom 4 are within our retention and expansion program, where we work with existing companies, consulting with them, seeing if we can find opportunities to assist them in their job creation and growth. Of the 6, you'll see on the far right, there are logos of NM Borderplex Closing Fund. What that means is, in the past, I've mentioned the localized incentive that has been created to support these companies in terms of making their decisions to locate here. And in 5 of the 6 situations, we've used that fund to help them with that locate. Obviously, you can see from this, the HOTA announcement from Taiwan is the big one here, and I will address that in a couple of minutes. And please let me know if I'm talking too loud, because I kind of feel like it's echoing. But so right here is our retention and expansion program. We've met this past quarter with 16 different existing companies. It breaks down who they are, it breaks down what industry they're in, and geographically where they're located within the county. Of those 16, we meet with them one-on-one, try to understand the challenges they're facing. If we can help assist that company into a job creation project, that's what's defined by the column of new projects. So of the 16 we've met with, we've identified 3 that are turning into new projects. That localized incentive that I mentioned, we're talking about utilizing $150,000 of that to assist 2 more companies along the way, with a potential new job creation of 39 new jobs through that program. So we've been really busy and active marketing in terms of industry attraction, really hitting the road. We went to 10 trade shows and prospect missions representing Doña County in the past quarter. That's a lot of activity. It's across the board, everything from digital media industry. A lot of them are the EV components industry, as well as solar related. Through those 10 trips, we identified 149 leads. I really want to focus a little bit on the Taiwan trade mission that took place with the governor's office and the state of New Mexico about 2 weeks ago, because I think there's going to be a lot of follow-up activity we're going to be seeing as a result of that effort. So the Taiwan Trade Mission, Mavita was very actively involved, was requested by the governor's office to join them in two things. Not only was it to announce the $100 million HOTA investment coming to Santa Teresa, but we were also able to provide presentations to U.S. Business Days in Taiwan. That is a conference out there. We also had the opportunity to meet and present to about 9 HOTA supply chain partners. Also, we met with the TILA, they're one of the business associations there, where we were able to present the opportunities for New Mexico as well. And then we met with the Manufacturers Association of Taiwan to present opportunities. On the left-hand side, you'll just see an example of a flyer that we produced. We worked with New Mexico State in terms of some of the translation on that, but it was really kind of just a handout that we could pass out along the way. Of those presentations I mentioned, about 45 companies were involved in that. And I want to share a little bit about exactly what was presented. So along with the county, Mr. Macias and his staff, we were able to work with Ross Marks to design a video that we took out to Taiwan to present the region. The benefit of this video was not only that we worked to have it translated appropriately into into Mandarin, but one of the other things that we came out of this was with various editions of this video. This is a 2-minute one, but others were 4 minutes and others 6 minutes that we can use in a variety of different aspects. So it really is building a lot of content. And again, with Mr. Macias and his staff, we were able to help with the script, help with the presentation, and help with the value proposition of what's stated in the video. It's the largest, most robust demographic region in the United States that not too many people have yet heard about, and that's the opportunity here.
This is a great place to locate your operation because we have such a strong supplier base to major OEM operations here.
We've got great logistics with Union Pacific Railroad, with the Doña County Airport, with the Santa Teresa Port of Entry.
And so in this border plaques, we're able to connect people together and the logistics and supply chain for all different kind of investment and businesses.
There's that great support system of training programs, workforce, universities. So there's so much talent and experience and opportunities for companies to come in and really be successful.
位处北美西南边境的心脏，一个充满无限可能的地区在等着您。欢迎您来到新墨西哥州边境复合式园区，这是一个汇聚3个州、2个国家和一个跨国社区所创造，并结合文化、产业以及创新的工业据点。新墨西哥州边境复合式园区是一个文化的大熔炉，提供270万居民成为他们的家园，有7所大学。培养了超过150万名专科以上的学生，也孕育并丰富他们的知识、多元性、创造力以及科技能力。真正让新墨西哥州边境复合式园区与众不同的是它的制造实力。位于北美贸易中心，它能够在2天的运输时间内遍及超过2亿消费人口，以及超过400万家企业。可负担及便利性是这个复合式园区的优势。这里拥有相对低廉的财产税及所得税、低学费，而且它平均生活物价指数远远低于美国大部分的城市。有着6大工业园区的进驻，致力于创新、创业和科技结合的工业发展。新墨西哥州边境复合式园区结合政府政策，给予大量税收优惠，例如劳动力培训报销、财产减税以及制造商的税收抵免。从航天研究到开创性的太空旅游，复合式园区将人类推向星空，以美国太空港来掌舵，吸引商业投资及创新。回到地面，复合式园区是美国葡萄产量7800万磅的生产中心，并结合了棉花和洋葱的生产，也是全球知名哈奇绿辣椒的故乡。以胡桃生产闻名，它的农业研究发展以及农业社区简直是丁杠五苗下杠五出名的所在。这个园区采用可再生能源，每年有340天沐浴在阳光底下，拥有太阳能发电厂、新能源研究设施以及可持续的未来能源计划。每当夕阳西下，复合式园区便活跃于节庆的氛围， 有墨西哥及各式的美食，有葡萄酒庄，还有各式休闲活动提供给大家。新墨西哥州边境复合式园区是过去与未来的交汇，是历史与现代的连结，有着创新和传统的和谐。它不只是一个地方，更是一个充满未来和希望的土地。它是一个已实现的愿景。所以来吧，成为我们的一员，就从现在开始。
So again, I want to thank Ross Marks for producing this video for us that we were able to take on this roadshow. A couple of things about this video I want to mention, and really about the entire Taiwan trip and presentation that we were able to provide. Number one, I think this captured very well the value proposition as well as the quality of life of living here in Doña County in a short, concise way. But secondarily, although this was a New Mexico trade delegation, I can tell you, and this was the video being presented, this was a trip about presenting the opportunities of Doña County. And that's, I think, what was amazing about it, and that's going to really foster a lot more activities going forward for us. Let me move on from that. So I want to move back into a little bit about Mavida and our pipeline right now. We're seeing a number of projects we're working with that we feel we're getting very close to the finish line. You'll see one in there called New Continent, and that's a $1.8 billion project with over 1,200 jobs, could grow to 2,000. I'm not saying these are done deals. We are actively working on these projects. Staff is spending a lot of time working on all of these. But I refer to that because we're seeing a trend take place with what we're calling mega projects. And these are projects that are 1,000 jobs and above, and usually over $100 million in investment. Since July 1st, within this quarter, we have received 4 project leads that we consider mega projects that we're trying to work on. This has been a trend that is upticking, and I don't think it's going to slow down anytime soon. But I think it's important to mention, because if we want to be successful, we have to be in front of these opportunities. So the opportunities I want to talk about real quick are 3. One of them I'm calling the HOTA effect or HOTA impact. Basically, due to the geopolitical issues taking place in Taiwan with China, as well as the need to refocus production in more close proximity to their U.S. customer base, we're going to see a lot more Taiwanese companies looking to onshore, friendshore here into the United States. This coincides with many of the different acts that are out there, like the CHIPS Acts, the Inflation Reduction Act, and many more that are encouraging domestic production. I can tell you that our conversations with HOTA and getting us in front of their supply chain partners, I feel they're very sincere in helping us promote the opportunities of New Mexico and Doña County to their supply chain partners. So I think they're going to be really helping us push the messaging of the value proposition, and that's going to bring new opportunities along the way. The second thing I want to mention is supply chain consolidation, and I think we're going to see this take place for the next three to 4 years, where companies today are still trying to figure out how to compact their supply chain so that they are in closer proximity to reach a U.S. Customer base. Here in Doña County, with our port of entry, with our logistics and rail and interstate already, our connection to the different ports, the seaports of LA and Long Beach, we are in a very unique position where I believe we can attract a lot more companies trying to consolidate their supply chain. 2 of the companies we worked with this past year within the value-added ag business, Louisiana Pepper Exchange and Oro Onions, although they are value-added ag, they're not EV or anything like that, but they made the move specifically to consolidate their supply chain. And then I think we're going to see nearshoring and onshoring activity really going to be driving these large and mega projects going forward that we need to consider how to be more proactive in getting in front of it. And this is which leads to some of the challenges I think I'd like to talk about. So the last meeting, it was mentioned, how can the county be more proactive and involved in closing some of these projects? I broke these into 2 columns. Pretty much they're the same challenges on both sides. The differences between the 2 columns, the one on the left is really how can we be more proactive going forward with future projects we see, especially with these mega projects. The column on the right is what would happen, for example, like with that New Continent Today project where we are having active conversations with them. How do we actually prove out to them that we can fulfill their needs? And their needs are growing. These mega projects, the infrastructure requests are just things we have never seen before. The considerations of the workforce and the skill sets that are required are just very new to us and really around the United States. In fact, I was talking to a consultant that's out of the Texas area who's part of the two projects in Austin, Tesla and Samsung. And I was telling him about our concerns about seeing these projects of this scope and scale and how do we get in front of these more proactively. And you know, this is not new to anyone. This is new to everybody. These are projects that have not been seen really anywhere in the country. It's just these bigger cities are now, like Phoenix and Austin, are now starting to see them, but it's new to everybody. So on the left, if you were to ask me our involvement, how can we be more proactive? And it's the collective we. Infrastructure readiness in terms of our conversations on water, wastewater, and electricity. And it's not always about, you know, can we scale up quick enough to meet their needs, which is usually a 2 to 3 year timeline. But the problem is we don't have budgets set forth for these groups to be able to say, like CRUA, to be able to say, the budget is in place and we can do that within 2 to 3 years. Usually it's a 2 to 3 year conversation, but we gotta go find the budget first, and whether that's out there or not is anyone's guess. Workforce readiness, I'm not saying this is something that the county needs to be directly involved in, but we are having active conversations with Las Cruces Schools, their CTE program. We're having conversations with the Doña Community College. You know, we're having conversations with the Bridge. You know, we need programs in place that are going to be able to describe to a company how we can customize, how we can custom train the workforce and ramp them up in a timely manner. From an incentive readiness program, this is definitely an area where the county can play a role. What's called LEDA, local LEDA, which means it's funded by the county, is something that you are able to do and look at. And having our own toolbox such as that, I think, is going to be important going forward for these conversations to complement what the state can provide. And then I think the fast track program for development, fast track program for permitting is something that if we had ready to go and marketable, that has defined timelines, then I think that would make us a little bit more proactive in terms of convincing companies that they are able to open their doors in the time manner that they need. The right-hand side is today. These are the conversations we're dealing with these mega projects. Things change a little bit. Workforce ramp up, although I said maybe programmatically on the left-hand side, you know, we need Doña County, Community College more involved in terms of how we can have customized training programs in place. But when we have a company today that has specialized skill sets that's going to ramp up to 2,000 employees, how do we assist them in identifying that workforce and training that skill set? In conversations we've had with NMSU and DCC, one of the things that's come out that maybe the county can play a role in is basically based off the success of your summer internship program that you had. What if we were able to take a model like that and apply that to a company that needs to skill up very quickly? I believe that if one of these large mega projects lands, if we had a model to talk about, that the county can go to the state and get the funding for something like that. But we have to be ready to talk about what the model looks like, what the success plan is, and how the county would be involved. Incentive readiness, this is something you're going to be hearing about. It's referred to at the state as large LEDA. It's a GRT cost sharing on construction, the taxes on construction. The state and the county both need to participate in this. This has been on the books in legislation for only a couple of years now. I believe it's only been used once in the state of New Mexico, and that's with the Intel expansion. But with these projects of hundreds of millions of dollars, this could apply, and we have to be in a position to be knowledgeable about and to be able to respond to companies along with the state that we can put this program in place. Much like with industrial revenue bonds, it's a learning experience, but we need to learn that now to be in front of this. Infrastructure readiness is key. As I mentioned, it's the same kind of conversation. Where do the budgets exist so that we are ready to more proactively respond to these companies and not only give them a timeline of when it can be ready, but not have a lack of a budget be a deterrence. And then fourth, instead of a fast-track program, and this might apply to the HOTA project as well, we really need hand-holding, and I'm calling it concierge services, but it's really hand-holding all the way through a project, from first meeting to every type of permit or inspection all along the way. Here's the thing. Although I mentioned that HOTA can provide an impact to us in terms of attracting more of the Taiwanese business coming this way, but if we don't do it right the first time, if we don't showcase our ability to really expedite their opportunity to open their doors quickly, then, you know, industry talks to industry. And we will not leave with a good reputation if we don't really handhold them along the way. So with that, Commissioners, I'm going to pause and open it up to any questions. I also have Brian Garcia from my office. He's our VP of Business Development with me today to answer any specific project questions if you have any. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Commissioners, any questions, any comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
I'm happy to wait for somebody else to have questions first.
Well, you raised your hand. I'm
a-
calling on you.
I have a lot of questions, but, so first thing, from the 149 leads that you have, how many of those actually turned into opportunities? Because you did the trade shows, and I remember discussions a couple of years ago, you said trade shows weren't really providing a good payback. So of the 149, how many of those turned into real prospects?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioners, I think right now, and let me back up, it does take time for these to progress. When we talk about a lead coming in, I want to differentiate exactly what that means. It doesn't mean just collecting a business card and walking away. But what it does mean is we had a conversation with that company about, do they have projects coming up? Would they consider New Mexico? Would they consider our area? Can we provide them with some information? And that's what it means. They've said, yeah, we want to hear from you. And I'm going to ask Brian Garcia to come up. He may have that more specific detail, but I'm going to venture to guess at this point it's on the lower side because it's all happened within the last quarter.
See, yeah, the reason I'm asking that question is because I remember you having the discussion, and you presented us last year, year before, and you said doing the trade shows is really not where we're finding the leads. Where we're finding them is actually by using the internet. I think it's I can't remember the tool exactly right off the top of my head, but you were getting more leads from LinkedIn and some other places you were actually advertising. And I think a part of this presentation, I'd like to see how your methods are changing, how your process is changing. So if one thing's working, and if it's something wasn't working before, it's working now, I just want to see what your thought process is part of that. Is that if it's not working and we're still doing it, then shouldn't we be focusing more on something else? That's all. That's the reason I asked that question. So I'd like to have the answer, but if you don't have it, that's okay. The other thing I was wondering about too is infrastructure. I'm looking at the infrastructure here, okay? And you've got proactive responses. You mentioned water, wastewater, and electricity. I think are the only three things you mentioned. What about roads? What about housing? What about schools? Do you consider that infrastructure projects that we need to be involved in, or is that stuff that's not important?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, absolutely. I think you need to be involved in it. I think right now the projects we're seeing, for the most part, are really targeted looking at Santa Teresa or the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park.
Yeah, I know most of them are Las Cruces, yeah.
And in those cases, we have very strong road infrastructure in place, but that's why they're looking at there in the first place. I will tell you, we have had some opportunities to showcase some of these larger projects down in the Anthony area, Barreno area, because there is a convergence of very strong electrical infrastructure that already comes into place there. But then we get into when we have a different location like that has not been purposely built as an industrial park, we run into those other issues. Well, road, how about water, and how about wastewater as well?
So are the needs for the schools and the needs for the housing for these companies we're trying to bring over from Taiwan, are those different than our current culture? Should we be looking at that? Are they going to bring their families? If they do, are they planning to bring over some employees? Because you've also got something on here about regional outreach for and /TN visas, temporary work visas. Okay, are you guys doing that, or were we supposed to be doing that? I need a division of who's responsible for some of this stuff so that we can decide what we are responsible for as a county, what you guys are responsible for, and what somebody else is responsible for. Because if we're supposed to be working on visas, I don't think we have that expertise at the county. And if we need to, we need to think about that. But also for the schools, I think that we should be working either with Gadsden schools or some sort of private charter school in order to create the environment necessary for them to bring their families over, because I doubt many of them are going to come without their families. The other thing we have to think about is the housing, because the housing from what they're used to in Asia is not the same as the housing we build here. Are they said anything about needing special housing or different housing? And then how much more infrastructure do we need in the way of water, sewer, and how soon do we need to have all this stuff done? I guess these are the things that are missing from the presentation. It's all great from 30,000 feet, but when it comes time for us to start implementing things at the county, I think we need a more timely plan that says if these companies are coming and HODA's looking to come now, are they going to be here in 6 months? They're going to be here in a year? Are they going to be here in 2 years? And shouldn't we provide a certain amount of infrastructure before that? And these are the kind of things I'd like to see you guys tell us, because this doesn't give me enough detail to actually work with as far as what we need to pass. You talk about the GRT for the LIDA. I'd like to understand that a little bit better, to understand why IRB doesn't work, and then we have to go to a GRT LIDA that's actually funded locally from our tax dollars here. So I need more information about that so I can compare the two. But I still think for the GRT tax, I think a LIDA is our best tool to do that, so that we don't actually tie up county funds and require the citizens of the community to actually fund some of this stuff with their tax dollars. So, and I know also with the GRT, we're limited on how much GRT we can actually collect, and I thought we were really close to that limit, and maybe like 1/8 of 1% is all we have left that we can collect. That may not generate enough revenue to solve this, so we need to connect those dots as well. And then I don't know what we're expected to do. I'd like to have a better understanding of what you, on this list, think the county needs to be involved with, and also expanded to show what the actual implementation is going to be and how soon it's going to be on a timeline. So we're all on the same page and we can jump in the boat with you and make this real, because I agree. If we screw this up the first time, there won't be a second time. That's the way this is going to happen. So I'm totally in agreement with you on that. So it's important that we, the county, we as a community, Border Industrial Association, Borderplex, CRUA, everybody gets on the same page and understands exactly what role they play in order to make this successful for the entire community. So that's more thoughts than it is questions, but I really think we should have a meeting between us and you and some of the other, and CRUA, Borderplex, all the people that are involved in this, so we can get an overall structure and strategy about how we attack this, to make sure that we have all the resources and everybody knows what part they play to make it successful. And I think we need to do that quickly with the opportunities you presented us here, because if we fall, we're not going to get up. Anyway, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lopez, I know last week there was a joint luncheon with the Borderplex, with Mr. Varela, the Borderplex Association. I was just wondering there was a discussion that he had indicated that he was working with Mavita and provided some leads. And so I was just wondering how many leads come from them to Mavita?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, I don't have that count off the top of my head, but I think probably this past quarter it was under 10, I believe. So but I will say to their credit, two companies. One we did announce. That's Monty. Well, we didn't announce it, but it's on our closed project list. Monty Inc. They went to Santa Teresa in the old Interceramic building down there. They were a lead that was generated from the Borderplex Alliance, which then they passed on to us and we worked on. And we're working on a project right now that we feel it's in the later stages of making a positive decision that would go to the Las Cruces Innovation and Industrial Park. So knock on wood, we're hoping that will come to fruition. But You know, it is a smaller amount of the leads we get. If we were to break down our lead generation efforts, the most leads we get are from our own efforts. Then it comes from the New Mexico Economic Development Department, then maybe from New Mexico Partnership, then maybe the New Mexico Economic Development Department, and then from the Borderplex Alliance at that point.
Okay, and I think, thank you for that. The other question I think is, Commissioner Reynolds had touched on, and I agree. I think when it was my understanding that I think there was a discussion about infrastructure around water and wastewater in the southern part of the county. And so I would love, I second Commissioner Reynolds' suggestion of having further meetings, because especially with the utility providers, because I think right now as we start moving forward, getting closer to the legislative session, I think it would behoove us to have a strategy going up to Santa Fe, especially with a 30-day session, to ensure that we know what we're advocating for. And even, I think I've said this before, at least for in the commission meetings, is, you know, even if it's not specifically the county that's that we're looking for monies, but another another group, whether that be CRUA, whether that be the City of Anthony or Sunland Park or whatever, if we have a joint message from this region, I think we'll be better, that message is better received by Santa Fe, by our legislators, because then it all plays into the larger strategy. So that way, they said, I think we know what we're doing, why we're doing, and where we're gonna go. So I would love to have further discussions to understand those specific projects, and maybe we can start understanding how we strategize those projects moving forward so that we can get the funding. Because I think if the different municipalities and groups here in the southern part of the county are fighting each other, I don't say fighting, but you know, trying to position ourselves for funding, but maybe some are make more sense for economic development, for the growth, then maybe we're all on the same page, so that we understand that, hey, well, this is not, like, again, going back to what I kind of started with, this is maybe not our project, but we think it's worthwhile that we look to get it funded. So I would love to get better understanding of that. And then the other one, as you have under number 2, for workforce readiness, and I think, I know there's been discussions, and I know I'll go with the county manager on this one. I believe, talking with Superintendent Ruiz of LCPS, there's been some discussions about a CTE facility of some sort. And so I'd love to understand where we're at, because I think it absolutely ties with workforce readiness. I'd love to understand how we can work with the school districts or DACC to see how we can bring in WIOA dollars to connect with some of those items. And I know we've had a little bit of that conversation, Mr. Lopez, so I'd love to continue on with getting that. But Mr. Macias, I'd like to better understand, those discussions with LCPS and their CTE facility and where we stand with that, just to get a little bit better understanding, because I'm supportive of it, because I think it's absolutely something we need, as Mr. Lopez is kind of highlighting here. But I'd love to have a little bit more discussion on that and get a little more educated if we can. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez has just mentioned that the two comments from the commissioners took all the questions, and so nothing to add. Commissioner Reynolds, so we can wrap this up.
Yeah, there's one thing I forgot to ask Mr. Macias. We have a position we've approved for an economic development director correctly at the county. Is that correct?
Economic Development Coordinator.
Okay. Is that going to be a concierge position?
Forgive me, a concierge position?
Yes. He's mentioned that we need an economic development concierge in the county, and I don't think you have one, do you, in Mavita?
No, Madam Chair, Commissioner, and really concierge means making sure that the permitting, the inspections, things take place in a timely manner, which go through the county.
Correct, exactly. That's why I'm asking you. So since he mentioned that in order for us to be successful in this attracting all these businesses here, that we need an economic development concierge to make sure that everything goes through the system correctly. They know exactly what documents they need, who gets approval. And since we have an economic development director position, has it already been filled?
No, the interviews for the position are tomorrow.
Okay, then I would think that asking the question about what kind of experience they have in providing concierge services to companies would be a great question to ask them, because I agree 100% that if we don't have that position filled by either your organization or our organization, that we run the risk of not being prepared to actually make sure that all these things get lined up and get executed in a reasonable amount of time and set the right expectations, because in a situation like this, it's not the results that count, it's managing the expectations. And a concierge properly trained and doing well has the ability to do this. So it's not, and you know as well as I, it's not getting it done in real time, it's getting it done and meeting the expectations that and the promises that we make. And an economic development concierge that we can hire would be a great one, a great position. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Madam Chair.
And if I may, just real
good.
quick, thank you. I don't believe you, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lopez, I don't think you meant an individual, but you meant a roadmap of the services provided by the county and the concierge. Am I correct on that? Instead of a certain individual, it would be services that would be shown to different companies regarding water, infrastructure, what you had mentioned earlier. Was I correct on that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner, it's a little bit of both. The company, any company is going to want kind of that point of contact, that person that's going to be calling them. Is everything going okay? Can I do anything for you? Can I walk this paperwork somewhere for you? Whatever it might be. It is going to be that hand-holding. And that's really, I do think we need that long-term, because it is a level of customer service that will be needed just to make sure that we are providing that service so they complement us along the way to their peers and industry. When I talked about a program, that is something I think we need to plan for. If we had a fast-track permitting where all the departments were aligned, then maybe there's less of that concierge hand-holding that might be needed along the way. But in a way, I think we need to balance both. And if I could just, to comment or try to answer, if I could answer Commissioner Reynolds all your questions, I would just say yes, yes, and yes. We need to have meetings. We need to get together as a group. Again, these are projects of a size and scope we have not seen before, so I'm not placing any blame on any one group. But we do have to kind of compare notes. What are the challenges? What I'm saying as a budget are some of the things I'm hearing from the different conversations I'm having with these different groups. But I agree, we need to talk about where infrastructure dollars comes from. I know the state of New Mexico is already working on a lot of money. I know Mr. Macias and his staff has been involved in a lot of those meetings with this Regional Infrastructure Accelerator. I think that provides some greater planning to identify what infrastructure and what dollars are going to be needed on the logistical side of some of this. But no, I agree. Yes, yes, and yes, we need to get together and have these conversations so we're all ready to be successful when these next mega projects come around.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? Commissioner Sanchez?
Just a quick one. I think it comes kind of piggybacking on yours and Commissioner Reynolds talking about the question around concierge service. And I'd love to have a further discussion with Ms. Ainsworth, not right now, but as we continue to optimize and change the way that community development works through the permitting and all that whole process that we've started to put investment in. I think, Ms. Ainsworth, I think you're a key piece to this discussion with how do we, some of the, whether it's a concierge, whether, there's a expedited handling, whatever it may be, but I think I don't want to screw up any of your processes. And so how do we do that? How do we execute this, possibly implement something like this for, say, a larger project if we've got, something that we need to highlight, but at the same time, we don't end up delaying local and small business, local resident, the process we have in place and end up putting a burden on our local residents as well. So, maybe like I said, I love the idea of having, something there. That way, you know, and we had a discussion, or at least the last time, I think when you presented, we had one gentleman that said he was only here because of Mavida. Otherwise, he wasn't very pleased with the processes we had in place for permitting. And I think something like this, that's the type of feedback. Those are the types of things that I think we can connect with what we do, and how do we get better at doing it. So, like I said, Ms. Ainsworth, I don't know if we can, like I said, maybe have a discussion in the future, but to understand how this might be something we could work to develop, especially with this incoming position. So thank you, Mr. Lopez. Thank you, commissioners, for bringing that up and having the discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Anything else, commissioners? Thank you, Mr. Lopez.
Thank you, commissioners.
We will now move on to agenda item number 3. Wishful thinking. Recognizing National Coming Out Day on October 11th in Doña County. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Sanchez. May I have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Murillo. Vice Chair Sheldon Hernandez.
Thank you. So today we are tomorrow is actually National Coming Out Day, which is a day that the LGBTQ plus community celebrates because it is celebrating the individual coming out, which means that they are coming out to their family, friends, coworkers, whatever it is. And as a proud gay elected official here in Doña County, I wanted to take a little different turn on this. So I did ask someone to come here today. Her name is Julia Marquez. And she's a licensed clinical mental health counselor who helps support the LGBTQ plus community. We had Pride last weekend down here in Las Cruces. I saw her there. It was really great. But the reason why this is really special to me and probably a lot of other individuals is that it takes insane amount of strength and courage to recognize who you are, be truthful to yourself, and then express that to your family and loved ones. So I wanted to take today to do that and to recognize everyone because everyone has their own journey, whether you're gay or bisexual or trans or whatever it is that you're doing, even if you're trying to figure out whether you want to be in law enforcement or you want to figure out if you want to be a doctor, it's a journey. So today we're celebrating the journey of coming out as queer. And, you know, there's a quote that's from a TV show that I used to watch all the time that says, "We gather the team and accept we don't have to go at it alone." And that's from Grey's Anatomy. I'm a big Grey's Anatomy fan. But what that means is that it takes a team, it takes a village, it takes a community, it takes family, it takes friends to have the courage to do that. So that's what we're doing today. We are getting loud, we are getting visible, we are spreading awareness that everyone is going through something, whether it's a journey into becoming who they are or a journey into a new job or whatever it is, it's a journey. And today we're celebrating the journey of being gay, queer. So I definitely have Julia here today. She's going to accept the proclamation on behalf of the county. And Mr. Macias, if you want to go ahead and read the proclamation,
thank you.
We can go from there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Madam Chair, a proclamation. Whereas the United States of America identifies as a land of opportunity and celebrates diversity and the freedom to embrace one's authenticity, National Coming Out Day is an affirmation of love and acceptance to the members of the LGBTQ plus community, which is a critical step in the journey of love as they live among us as our family, friends, neighbors, and coworkers. And whereas each year on October 11th, we support LGBTQ plus individuals in their journey to share their experiences and identities and highlighting the need for equal rights and acceptance for all. And whereas coming out is a deeply personal and individualized journey, the decision often is wrapped in one of self-acceptance, self-love, and self-empowerment, often despite facing discrimination, stigma, and bias. And whereas we recognize allies of the LGBTQ+ community that works to foster an inclusive and accepting society where all individuals, regardless of their sexual orientation, gender identity, or gender expression, can know that they are loved, valued, and accepted. And whereas Doña County acknowledges the importance of National Coming Out Day, we believe that the LGBTQ+ community should be able to live freely. We strive for a world where we can have open communication that can lead to a reduction in prejudice. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the 10th day of October as National Coming Out Day. Madam Chair, a proclamation for the consideration of the Commission.
Julia, if you want to come up to the podium and maybe tell us a little bit about what you do in your work.
Good morning. Kind of reverberated there. My name is Julia Marquez, and I'm a clinical mental health therapist here in Las Cruces. I work at a New Hope Therapy Center, and one of our biggest things is we help everybody. We LGBTQ+, gender affirming, neurodiversity affirming, men, women, children, couples, and as someone who has also struggled with their mental health, I find it really important to get that word out, to ensure that everybody knows that we're a safe place and we're people that provide services to anybody. It can be scary to try to say, hey, I need help with my mental health. And so, especially if you are a person that sometimes is a minority. And that's the biggest part, is that we help everybody. And it's really close to my heart, and I really appreciate Commissioner, tying it together, that mental health and National Coming Out Day is really important. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Marquez. Appreciate your time. Anything else, commissioners? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner
Is there a
Arnold?
proclamation associated with this?
He just read it. May I have a roll call
Fallen
vote?
asleep. Oh, my God. I didn't actually, but I don't know what I missed. Sorry.
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We're moving on to agenda item number 4, recognition of Doña County Sheriff's Office victims advocates for their dedication and service to victims of domestic violence. Commissioner Murillo.
Yes, thank you. I am doing this on behalf of the victims in Doña County. We had conversations regarding domestic violence awareness in the month of October, and several of them had spoken to me regarding these two advocates being there for them while they're in court or speaking in front of the offender. And they had mentioned to me that sometimes victims are not heard as much, right? It's more of the offender than the victims. So I wanted, as wanting to do this as a recognition to acknowledge the remarkable dedication and hard work of our two outstanding women for their unwavering commitment and exceptional contributions to our county. Angie Rodriguez Navarrete has worked with the Doña County Sheriff's Office for 13 years as a victim advocate and is currently the supervisor of the Victim Advocate Unit. Anita Ferrales has been with the Doña County Sheriff's Office for 11 years as a victim advocate as well. These dedicated individuals selflessly cover the entire county, responding to calls at the request of detectives or patrol deputies to provide invaluable assistance to victims during their most challenging moments. Furthermore, as we commemorate October as Domestic Violence Awareness Month, we not only wish to honor Ms. Rodriguez Navarrete and Ms. Ferrales, but also express our deep appreciation to all those who lend their support in the fight against domestic violence. Together, we can strive to make our community a safer and more compassionate place for all. We are proud to recognize and honor these two remarkable women. I know they're not here, maybe they're working, at court or anything. I have the certificates here, but I do ask Mr. Macias to read the starfish story written by Lauren Isley, which I feel symbolizes what domestic violence advocates do for our community.
Mr. Macias.
With your permission, Madam Chairwoman. A lady is walking up the beach when she sees a little girl picking something up off the ground and throwing it into the water. Curious, she walks up to the little girl and asks her the purpose of her actions. "I'm throwing a starfish back into the sea," the girl replies. "The sun has come out and they'll die unless I save them. But there are so many starfish, you'll never be able to reach them all in time," the lady replies. "In fact, this is very likely happening on beaches all over the world. You'll never be able to save enough of them to make a difference." The girl listens thoughtfully, then picks up another starfish and throws it into the ocean. Turning to the lady with a smile, she replies, "I made a difference to that one."
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And I do kindly ask Chairwoman or Mr. Macias to give the certificates when you see Ms. Ferrales or Ms. Navarrete. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. On another note, I am very grateful and blessed to not only work with these two individuals almost on a daily basis in the judicial system, but all the other advocates from Las Cruces Police Department, from La Casa, from La Piñon, and the service they provide is so selfless. It includes a lot of trauma, and they see so many things that we are fortunate that we do not see on a daily basis. They're there for the survivors of domestic violence. So my thanks to them. You are heroes. Commissioners, anything else? Thank you, Commissioner Murillo.
Thank you.
We'll move on to agenda item number 5. Proclaim October is National Disability Employment Awareness Month in Doña County. May I have a motion, please? Also move.
Second.
Do I have a second? I've made the motion. There's a second by Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez. Commissioner Murillo?
Yes. So we have this proclamation for Doña County Board of Commissioners join the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy to highlight National Disability Employment Awareness Month in October. The theme for the NDEAM 2023 is Advancing Access and Equity. Tracking back to 1945, this month gives us all the chance to recognize how important it is to build and maintain an inclusive workforce which embraces the value and contributions of people with any disability. In our community, TRESCO does that. TRESCO currently provides service in 11 counties throughout New Mexico. TRESCO Works offers community employment opportunities to people with varying disabilities, including veterans and students through federal, state, and local contracts. They currently have over 60 contracts that provide quality custodial, grounds, and total facility management, such as TFM, HVAC, electrical, welding, and plumbing. Tresco Works currently employs 131 individuals with a disability throughout New Mexico. We are joined today by Stacy Allen from Tresco and possible representatives from the Governor's Disability Commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Mr. Macias.
Again, I know that we have Stan Ross, who's the director of the Governor's Commission on Disability, along with Miss Stacy Allen, who's the Community Engagement Manager for Tresco. So I would ask them if they would please come up and if the chair would allow comments in support of the proclamation.
Yes, Mr. Ross, would you approach the podium? And also present is the chairwoman of the New Mexico's Governor Commission on Disability. And I know you had some statements prepared. Good morning, ladies. And sir. And sir. So is there anyone that from Tresco that would like to make some comments?
Good morning, and thank you very much for the acknowledgement of our month of Endeem. We just had a celebration breakfast this morning that we came from, so thank you very much.
And you are Miss Ellen?
Sylvia Washington.
Thank you, Miss Washington.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, comadre.
Good morning. My name is Trudy Lukin. I am the Commissioner of the Governor's Commission on Disability as of 2012. I represent Las Cruces, former NMSU employee. I have extensive background in special ed and assisting students with disabilities at Doña Community College and at NMSU. So I'm committed, and I'm retired now as of 3 years, so I have plenty of time to do this. I would like to introduce Stan Ross to you. He started with the Governor's Commission in 2017 as the ADA architect, okay, and had worked diligently with different programs providing access for individuals in the state with disabilities with their homes with the RAMP program. Then in 2019, we had interim directors, and I was part of the search committee, and we were very pleased that Governor Lujan Grisham accepted his application as director. So I'm going to give the floor to him so he can explain briefly what the commission does for the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lukin. I would like to mention that we've kind of come in at the same time in leadership positions at the Governor's Commission. Ms. Lukin is the chairperson, and it's really stepped up the presence of the commission and their role of importance with our staff. And through my elevation to the director position, I really feel like I have a right hand there that's enthusiastic, has work ethic, and is anxious to uplift our programs. And I think that the next few years we will have a more substantial presence. And I'll just touch briefly on a couple of our programs. We have the Residential Accessibility Modification Program, which is funded by the taxpayers of the state to provide accessible modifications to persons with disabilities homes, primarily bathroom modifications and ramps to the front of the house. And so beyond that, we have our ADA Coordinator Certification Training Program, and we provide site inspections around the state to virtually anyone who has a concern. We're an advisory agency, we're not enforcement. The ADA is federal legislation and is enforced by the Department of Justice. But we do have a voice, and we always approach situations as an advocate and as an ally to the entity we may be serving. We also have a technology assistance program, which is bringing in technology that will also serve persons with disabilities and enhance their options as far as working. And that includes a low-interest loan program for individuals who might have some need, like a ramp for their van or some kind of mobility device or some kind of technology device. And the final part of our agency is our Brain Injury Advisory Council. And that is a key cog, I believe, because it does represent or advocates for persons with brain injuries. And we have a helmet distribution program where we go around the state and provide helmets for bicycles for the kids at the schools. And that's free, and it's been slow for the last few years, but we're anxious to get things going there. I really feel energized, and I just want to bring up that the statistics of individuals with disabilities is going up with the dynamics of the aging population. Very soon, the major population is going to be elderly, and if you live long enough, you're going to have a disability of some kind. So I think that our role is growing, and I'm very pleased to have Ms. Lucan as my partner in the growth that's coming, and I want to thank you all very much for this few moments to speak.
Thank you. Anything, commissioners? I'd just like to thank Tresco. I, in the past, have had a couple of family members that you've empowered. So thank you. You've given them jobs, and that's very special to me. And Mr. Ross and Ms. Lucan, I am so glad we have a representative from the southern part of the state, because I know that it's going to bring attention to us, and we really need a lot of help down in the southern part of the county. And I know that you've spoken to Commissioner Murillo about that, so thank you all. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Madam Chair, would you like the proclamation
Oh,
read?
yes, thank you, Mr. Macias.
Whereas the purpose of National Disability Employment Awareness Month is to educate ourselves about disability employment issues and celebrate the many and varied contributions of America's workers with disabilities. And whereas October 2023 marks the 78th anniversary of the National Disability Employment Awareness Month, which evolved to acknowledge the importance of increasing workforce inclusion of people with any disabilities. This ensures that workplaces welcome everyone's talents, including the talents people with disabilities have. This is critical to building both an inclusive community and a strong economy. And whereas we joined the U.S. Department of Labor's Office of Disability Employment Policy in calling upon employers, schools, and community organizations to advance the important message that people with disabilities add value and talent to our workplaces and communities. And whereas we show appreciation for organizations like Tresco, which for over 55 years has been providing professional and individualized services, supports, and opportunities to people of any age with differing abilities, their families, and the communities we serve. And whereas Doña County pledges to continue to take steps throughout the year to recruit, hire, retain, and advance individuals with disabilities, and work to pursue the goals of opportunity, full participation, economic self-sufficiency, and independent living for people with disabilities. Now, therefore, the Doña County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim the month of October as National Disability Employment Awareness month. Madam Chair, a proclamation for the consideration of the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Messias. Now may I have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
Right in the middle?
Thank you. We will now move on to the consent agenda. The board will be asked to approve by one motion the following items of recurring or routine business: 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Commissioners, any comments before we proceed?
I'd like to pull item 6 for separate consideration.
Is there a question or?
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Sanchez?
I just wanted to make a comment, not specifically to pull it for item 11, and the funding for the OEM, which I believe we'll have some updates on soon. But along with that, would it be possible to have updates for where we currently stand on a future agenda for ARPA funding? It's been a while since we've had some discussion on that. I'm just trying to understand what monies we still have unspent. And I know as we go into 2024, I believe we're going to be reaching a deadline soon to ensure that these funds are encumbered. And so I'd just like to see if we might be able to, as a commission, understand and discuss those remaining funds. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner
And
Sanchez.
Madam Chair, just a quick informational response. We're hoping that at the next meeting in October, we will have a proposal to the commission in terms of the funding for this particular project.
Thank you.
That will probably encompass some of the ARPA funds.
And that's why I think I had a discussion with Mr. Lopez last week, and so I just wanted to make sure if it brought up the subject of OEM and ARPA, and just trying to understand. I just wanted to have if we're going to have the OEM discussion, I'd love to also have a discussion on ARPA to understand what still remains if we can. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. And I think that's a good idea, especially what's happening on a global level. And Mr. Lopez and I had discussed that a couple of weeks ago. And so I think it's going to be to our benefit to really address the office very, very quickly.
And again, the reason that this was on consent rather than it's because the commission had previously approved the site, and it has taken us a little while to work with NMSU in order to finalize this lease. But this lease is very favorable to the county. So therefore, what we'll come back with is how to fund the and proposing a funding mechanism to the commission at the next meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. So regarding consent agenda items 7 through 16, may I please have a motion?
So move.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. May I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Commissioner Sanchez. May I have a roll call vote on the approval of agenda items 7 through 16?
Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez,
Yes.
Chair Chaparro.
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We will now
We have multiple resolutions. Item number 7, resolution number 2023-85. Item number 8, 2023-86. Item number 9, 2023-87. Item number 10, 2023-88. Item number 12, 2023-89. Item number 13, 2023-90, and 2023-91, and item number 16, 2023-93.
Thank you, Brandy.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Murillo.
So Brandy, item number 13 has 2?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. We will now move forward with agenda item number 6, multi-award contracts to La Clínica de Familia, Inc., Mesilla Valley Hospital, and Ideal Option PLLC for outpatient behavioral health care services for a total amount of $310,000. May I have a motion, please?
I'll move approval.
Was that you, Commissioner Sanchez? Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. May I have a second?
Second.
Have a second by Commissioner Murillo. Ms. Michaels?
Good morning, Jamie Michael, County Health and Human Services Department. The agenda item before you is seeking your approval to award contracts to 3 agencies in our community that provide outpatient behavioral health services. These are all specialty care services and were not included in the original contracts that we have for the county's healthcare assistance program. And we're also trying to expand it beyond the healthcare assistance program to allow other folks who may have difficulty accessing treatment. So I'm available for questions. And we also have representatives from La Clínica de Familia Behavioral Health Services here. We have Mesilla Valley Hospital, and we have Ideal Options. They've all sent representatives to the meeting today.
Thank you, Ms. Michaels. Commissioner Reynolds, you had asked for this to be pulled.
I did. So I have some questions. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Michael. Is this did we send out a request just to these 3 companies to bid, or did we send them out to more companies to bid?
Commissioner Reynolds, we send out RFPs to a very long list of providers in the community. We also post it on the county's website. So it is open for anyone who is able to offer services to people in Doña County.
The reason I ask, obviously, is because Memorial Hospital just opened their system back up, but did this go out before they decided to open back up, or did they just not respond?
Commissioner Reynolds, this is for outpatient services only, and Memorial Medical Center provides inpatient, so they weren't eligible to respond.
All right, thank you. The next question, how often are these services actually used and at these locations? I mean, how often do we actually have patients that actually go in and take advantage of these services we're paying for?
Commissioner Reynolds, I don't have the exact numbers. We do have a report that tells us how many people that are qualified for the healthcare assistance program receive behavioral health services. We also have some data that shows people who are in some of our jail diversion programs receive services. But the agencies here may be able to tell you the number of patients that they serve in general. But this is something that happens every day. This is the,
Okay, so where do the referrals come from? Do they come from Crisis Triage Center? Do they come from other organizations? Let's say the city's organization actually picks them up. I know they have a fire department that actually picks up some people. Do they take them there? I mean, how do people get the services? How are they aware of them? Because this says referrals, if I'm not mistaken.
so Commissioner Reynolds, the agencies can speak better to how they receive patients, but it does come in a variety of ways. We are looking at providing services for people that are referred from our programs, which are people who are justice involved, coming out of the detention center, people who are discharged from the crisis triage center, people who are in the assisted outpatient treatment program or other court-involved programs, but they're also open to someone who just walks in the door and says, I need help. So there can be targeted referrals from all of the places you listed, but they're also open to serve people who self-refer.
And if I may add, Commissioner Reynolds, also there's judges that are referring clients to Mesilla Valley Hospital, to Clínica de Familia, and Ms. Michaels is right, it happens every day. And I know some of those hearings are actually held at Mesilla Valley Hospital, and so it's on a daily basis.
Okay, great. So how does this compare to the peer program that we funded with $110,000 just like 2 months ago? Are they doing the same thing? Are they doing something different? No?
Commissioner Reynolds, this is different. This is for behavioral health treatment services. A few months ago, you funded peer support services with NAMI, and peer support services is something that happens alongside of treatment to help treatment be more successful. So peer support services is a category separate from behavioral health treatment services. These services today are provided primarily by licensed clinicians. Peer services are provided by certified peer support workers. So if you want comprehensive care, ideally you would have outpatient treatment with your clinical team, and you would have peer support with your peer support team. So I know all three of these organizations work very closely with NAMI and try to connect their patients to peer support, and they also receive referrals from peer support workers into treatment.
Okay, so for my sake and hopefully some of the public, let me ask this question. So if I was an alcoholic and I needed treatment, this is the place I would go.
Yes, Commissioner Reynolds, if you're someone who has an alcohol use disorder and you need, and you're seeking treatment services, then you could come to any of these three organizations.
Let me ask you another question. If somebody's, so if somebody's a drug addict or alcohol or pills or pretty much anything, these are the kind of places I need to send them to get help, is what you're saying. Okay, which is, I know, not NAMI. NAMI, that's something different, I got that.
Commissioner Reynolds, NAMI would also provide peer support to someone who is suffering from a substance use disorder. So you can be in treatment and receive peer support. And ideally, you would have both.
Okay. You know, this is just for my edification. So we're supporting Crisis Triage Center, Memorial Hospital, these three organizations, Ben Archer. I mean, there's several organizations we're supporting in the county, maybe not for my sake, but maybe for my sake and others. It'd be nice to have like a page on our website where we could say, these are the organizations that we serve, here's what they do, at least a link to that, so we can provide an overall methodology for people seeking services directly from our Health and Human Services website. I think that would be beautiful, because that way, because I can tell you from LC3, being that there's 90 or 100 organizations that actually provide services, it'd be a really great idea if we linked into a catalog of those services, or we linked into something, or we had it on our page where we could actually say, you know, I'm looking for a place to get my drug addict daughter taken care of, or my drug addict kid, or my husband, or whatever. It'd be nice if we actually took on that responsibility, I think, as a county, and provided those services directly to the people that we serve so they can come and do it in both English and Spanish. I think that would be great. So that's kind of what I'm looking for here.
So Commissioner Reynolds, I will look to see if we have a list, and if not have a list, but I will do you one better. We are getting ready to launch our Connect Doña Ana on our county website. So people will be able to do exactly what you say. And each of these organizations, if they haven't already signed up, they are in the process of signing up to be part of Connect Doña Ana. So you, so me, so all of our community health workers can go right onto the county's website, click on the Connect Doña Ana, and either do a live referral or do a request for a referral. And if you're a community health worker and you've made that referral, you can check on that to see if the person has received an appointment and has accessed services. And all three of these organizations have agreed to be part of the Connect Doña Ana.
See, now that makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And it looks like you're a couple of steps ahead of me, and thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioner Sanchez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think as Commissioner Reynolds is, I hopefully I'm not going to overstep or misinterpret what was said, but I know, Jamie, we've had some discussions about where behavioral health services are in the county, how they're connected, and especially around that continuum of care that you talked about, the referrals to the different organizations, the peer support. And I think as Commissioner Reynolds is saying, there's so much, trying to connect the dots. And so what I would love to understand, and maybe this is something I know we had discussed, was where, I don't know if it's a discussion or understand what where we're going with the strategy. I know you're working on it, but even with the city of Las Cruces and their network, how are we all working together? Because I think under like we did with we talked about the opium or the opioid treatment or the settlement funding, where we have a group to have a better understanding of what we're going to do, how we're working with the city, so we're all on the same page, and we know that's hopefully stays connected. I would love for us to understand that piece of it, and then whether it be on the website or whatever, it's very clear to us and to the public. This is how everything's connected, because I know it's been a learning process since the CTC has been open as we continue to grow behavioral health services here. But it's so important that we continue on and take those learnings and figure out how we pull them all together, because now you have 988 coming in and trying to work with, and people still calling 911. You know what I mean? There's so many things here that are it's still an evolving process, and it's really important that we take those learnings and continue on, and that way we can educate the local leaders, the public, et cetera. So thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ms. Michael, for everything that you're working on here.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Let's wrap it up, Commissioner Reynolds.
He brought up something that makes me want to have one more question. Are we using the opioid money for this, or can we?
Commissioner Reynolds, we can, but at this moment we are not, because we have healthcare assistance program funds through the indigent program and other health fund dollars in our department. But as the opioid advisory group puts together proposals, this is something they can consider.
Yeah, I'd love to see those too, before we make a decision on those and have a conversation about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank you, Madam
Reynolds.
Chair.
Commissioners, anything else?
Madam Chair, my
Commissioner
hat's
Murillo.
off to you and your team and all the entities involved. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I do want to recognize the three organizations that are here today. Just being here shows that they are very connected and a committed partner with the county, and they are all part of the continuum. We have inpatient that refers to outpatient. We have primary care that connects with behavioral health, and we have medication-assisted treatment. So we have a good continuum just with the three organizations here today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Michaels. And at this time, I would like to have the representatives of Clínica de Familia please stand. Thank you. The representatives from Mesilla Valley Hospital. And do we have any representatives from Ideal Option? Thank you all. We really appreciate you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously. We will now move forward with approvals. Agenda item number 17, resolution approving a joint powers agreement between Doña Ana County, the City of Las Cruces, and Animal Service Center of Mesilla Valley. May I please have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez, a second.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanchez. Ms. Ward, good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Mary Lou Ward, Animal Control Manager. So we come to you today to ask the board approval to amend the joint powers agreement between the Animal Services Center and Mesilla Valley, between the City of Las Cruces and Doña County. Just a quick background. I don't know if you can hear me all right. Can you hear me all right, Commissioner Reynolds? Okay. In August of 2012, the City of Las Cruces and Doña County entered into a joint powers agreement established between the Animal Services Center, between the City of Las Cruces and Doña County. That was established for the Animal Services Center, and it specified terms and conditions for financing, operating, and maintaining for the operations of that services. The city and the county have worked in collaboration with the Animal Services Center to update the JPA. The City of Las Cruces has been and will continue to be the fiscal agent for the Animal Services Center. And the updates are the updates that are going into this new agreement. I'll read out the proposed updates. They are property ownership updates to include the new building and the structures that have been added to the site. The physical agent services and responsibilities have been removed. So the City of Las Cruces will enter into a separate MOU with the Animal Services Center for those services. The board membership will expand from 6 voting members to 8 voting members. Those members will include 4 members of the public appointed by the city and by the county. So 2 from the city and the 2 from the county. There'll be quarterly meetings instead of the monthly meetings. And there's also clarifying language in the new MOU, which will be the language regarding real property, Open Meetings Act, budget development and reserves that have been added, and clarifications on duties, rights, and authority of the Animal Services Center that have been added, and then also provisions for renewal of the JPA for every 5 years. And for that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. Commissioners, any comments, any questions? Commissioner Reynolds?
Did you say that the board voting members are going to go from 7 to 8?
It has gone from 6 to 8,
6
Commissioner.
to 8? Okay. What kind of provisions do you have to settle a tie? Or have you ever had that problem?
There has not been a problem with that in the past,
'Cause
Commissioner.
I have a board that we do have that problem. So you haven't had a tie ever?
No, Commissioner, there has not been a problem in the past.
Thank you,
Okay.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Reynolds. And we have 2 members from the commission actually on that board. Commissioner Sanchez, Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez, would you like to add anything to that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to add that, yes, we have had ties in the past, and in fact, it's only, I think I can only think of, it's only happened one time in the time that I've been on the board, but it was around the budget, and so in a case, if it's tied, the motion fails. Yeah, so it's as simple like that, but it's only happened one time in the 4 years that I've been on, at least from what I recall, it's only happened one time in 4 years, so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other comments, questions? Thank you, Commissioners. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shelter Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
That does have a resolution number. The number is 2023-94.
Thank you, Brandy. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been requested to take a break. Is 7 minutes enough? 7 minutes, please. Thank you. Yes. All right, Commissioners, we will now proceed to approvals. Agenda item number 18, accept the Staffing Adequate Fire and Emergency Response SAFER Grant in the amount of $5,893,731.36 from the Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, to fund the hiring of 24 firefighters personnel. May I have a motion, please?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Reynolds. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez. Good morning, Chief.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners. Shannon Cherry, Doña County Fire Rescue Fire Chief. I am here today asking for approval or acceptance of a grant of opportunity that we have here in the county that we've been working towards for several years. And I have a brief presentation to kind of outline what the SAFER grant is and what it can do for us in Doña County. So as you mentioned, it's staffing for adequate fire and emergency response. The stated goal of the grant is to provide frontline firefighters to their communities, right? So these are boots on the ground. These are the men and women on the fire engine that respond to the emergencies. This does not fund administrative staff. This is solely to have people in the communities responding out of fire stations in a timely fashion. So the grant is a 3-year grant. Period of performance runs from March of 2024 through March of 2027. It does include the salary and benefits for the 24 positions. That includes, when we wrote the grant, we included the annual step increases that have been negotiated by the unions. And the total grant award is the $5,800,000. With the staffing, with the grant, we would be able to staff 2 additional stations. They would have a total of 12 firefighters, 1 lieutenant, and 3 firefighters per shift. We run ABC shifts. That would bring our total career staffing of 60 firefighters and 24 lieutenants in the county. With the efforts that you and the county management have undertaken over the last several years, this is kind of icing on the cake, and we are getting to a point where we're really able to serve the community in the fashion that we all want to. This is the slide that's repeated from my most recent presentation with you, but I thought it would be nice to include the SAFER grant stations. So the stations we're looking at staffing with this money is Fairacres, Station 12, and the La Mesa Station. There's several reasons why we're choosing those 2 stations. Logistically, geographically, they are the areas that are next in line to add staff stations. The station in La Mesa was built in 2009. That station with a good cleaning, is turnkey ready and to get staff in there as soon as we can. But this would move us up to 8 staff stations out of our total of 19. Kind of a timeline on what the SAFER grant would entail for us. We actually are already in a 180-day recruitment period. It was that timeline started the day that we received the notice of award. With this timeline, we're planning on bringing, with the acceptance of the grant, the firefighters on board. March 18th would be day 1 of the fire academy. Graduation would be August 16th. What that fire academy does for our firefighters, and this is the model that we've been using for the last 3 years, but it's a good opportunity for us to review what we bring to the community with our firefighters. Over that time frame of the fire academy, they receive certification, not just locally. This is a national certification. Tests are issued by the New Mexico State Fire Academy and the State Fire Marshal's Office. They receive hazmat awareness operations, emergency vehicle driving, which is very important in the type of apparatus that we have, firefighter 1 and 2, wildland firefighting knowledge, which is important for our rural areas, technical rescue, which is extrication for vehicle accidents. And then we also are now, all of our firefighters are at a minimum of an EMT basic. We're offering opportunities for individuals who do not have that license currently, and by providing the 8-week EMT basic course as part of our training. And that is in partnership with Doña Community College. Other areas that we discuss, that we do training on that is not certified though, but is very important, is incident operations, fire ground operations, emergency communications, and then public interaction. We're out in the community more than ever. And so those are areas that we do tend to focus on considerably during the academy on how we interact with the public and the services we're providing for them. Areas that that benefit, these are the stated goals of the SAFER program through FEMA. And I believe wholeheartedly that this is what added firefighters do for the community. We reduce risk. We are in the community more providing education. Additional staffing also provides mental health and supports less burnout for our firefighters by having more staff. With that, I want to offer a big thank you to everyone that's been involved over the last several years. This grant application and would not have been possible without the commission, the county manager, assistant county managers, and of course my staff in the fire department, and Rosalinda and her team at Insight, who was unbelievably helpful in making this a possibility for us. And with that, I will stand for any questions that you may have.
Chief, that was one of the fastest presentations we've ever had. Just a real quick
We've reviewed
comment.
it many times.
Great news. This is a big deal for this county. I'm so happy about this. Congratulations to you and your staff. Commissioners? Commissioner Sanchez.
I just want to echo the same sentiment. I know this is something that's been in the works for some time. It's exciting to see finally get the good news that you were selected, and really. But I want to say kudos to you, the staff, and to the county management. Really, what you've done with the academy and doing the training and highlighting all the things that you're doing, and even expanding into the transport vehicles piece is, like I said, it's just adding another layer of the complexity that you're really working on. So, Chief, you're doing an amazing job. I'm excited for this grant to come in. So, thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Am I correct in my understanding that this is the first SAFER grant in the state, or at least the first one of this size in the state?
Chair, Commissioner, this is the first one since 2019 that's been awarded to New Mexico, and it is the largest dollar amount that's ever been awarded into New Mexico.
To everyone involved, okay? And I think that the way we're using this money in order to provide better safety throughout the whole county, especially with the transport vehicles and the staffing and EMTs and paramedics, I think that's a long-term plan, and I also applaud you, county manager and the county staff in making that a reality. So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any other comments, questions? Vice Chair Chaldo Hernandez.
Very excited that both the stations are in my district, so. Thank you, Chief.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Macias.
If I could just note, and forgive me for missing the first part, this has literally been a 4-year effort to get here. And we did have to go through a number of times where our application, although we thought it was exceedingly strong, was rejected. So, I mean, it isn't just a more recent effort, it's a long-term effort and multiple tries in order to come to this point. But I just want to make sure that and this is not a negative note, because we have to take this money if we're going to really make notable progress. But in 3 years, this commission is going to have to deal with by that time, a minimum of a $2.5 million hit to the general fund of the commission. So I want you to please keep that in mind, because it's going to tie your hands a little bit in terms of being able to provide potential funding to other areas of the county, because this will have to be a priority. We won't be able to say, well, no, we're going to, since we don't have the federal money to support us, we don't have to continue with these. We have to, otherwise we'll be forced to pay back the $5 million. But it will have a notable impact, that transition. And we really have to do planning, financial planning, to be able to absorb that impact along with what I'm sure will be the normal annual requests from other departments.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. And again, Chief, congratulations to you. Mr. Macias, congratulations to your staff. Job well done.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Reynolds.
Mr. Macias, you're absolutely right that we have to be prepared to keep these staffs on. There's a couple of things that I would like to talk to the board about. And one is to say that if we are successful with the economic development strategy that we have for the next 2 years, the additional monies will probably be there, most likely be there. If we're successful in the affordable housing that we're planning and trying to get funded as well, I think that'll be there. The infrastructure that we're doing, I think that will attract more people to the community. And then the last thing is, if we're successful and this really works out and we're able to fully staff most of the stations by this time, then there's also a possibility that we could take on the ambulance runs ourselves and thereby get the money back that exceeded what we need to keep these people on staff back from the AMR contract. A possibility. I'm not saying it's there, but long term, I think we should be thinking that way, that if we do this correctly and we use this money correctly and we staff correctly, there's a good chance we can bring the extra money we need to keep them back from that contract. Anyway, that's just my perspective, and thank you, Chief. Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Anything else, Commissioners? May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries unanimously.
This item does have a resolution number. The number is 2023-95.
Thank you, Brandy. We will now move on to agenda item number 19, a resolution approving funding request to the administrative offices of the courts to support the construction of the 3rd Judicial District Court expansion in the amount of $5 million. May I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Murillo. May I have a second? I'll second the motion. Mr. Macias.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I just want to acknowledge that we have our Chief Judge of the District Court, Conrad Perea, present. We have Bernice Ramos, who's the CEO for the court, and Jody Delgado, who's I believe, the Deputy CEO. So there is an opportunity that has been made available by the Administrative Office of the Courts. And I apologize because it wasn't, there were a couple of letters that should have been in the package that weren't, but they were passed out at the very beginning. You might want to take a minute or two just to look at the letters. They basically are from Artie Pippin, who's the Director for the Administrative Office of the Courts. I believe at this last legislative session, the legislature approved approximately $30 million, either $25 or $30 million to assist courts. The primary purpose was to help Otero County build a new court. I believe the cost of it was somewhere between 15 and 20 million. So it took the major portion of the allocation from this last legislative session. So the administrative office of the court sent out, it's almost a request for proposals, saying we have $8 million that we're willing to commit to other district court initiatives. However, the local government, as part of your application, even to be considered for these monies, and we would basically ask for 5 out of the 8 million. I don't think that it's a good strategy to ask for the entirety of the amount, because there'll certainly be other districts that are asking for monies to plan, to do design, to hire an architect. So I think that we would automatically be dismissed as being insensitive to the needs around the state and having to distribute some of that money. But we're in a unique position where whatever monies we would be given, if we were going to go forward with a project, because this commission had already approved the design money. You'll hear from Mr. Herrera we're ready to proceed with a little bit of a modification, ready to proceed. That's something that normally is extremely attractive to the legislature, to any state entity that's interested in providing funding. They want to know that you are ready to use the money that you're asking for. So, but the application, which technically doesn't come from the county, although we're certainly working with the judicial district to put together what is necessary to support the request, but the request would have to come from Judge Perea. In terms of being the chief judge of the judicial district, the request would have to come through that mechanism. I'm not going to suggest to you in any way that this money is automatically available, but what I'm suggesting to the commission is that we would be very competitive because where we're currently positioned to go forward to use the money. And part of the argument is that for the AOC to make a commitment as large as $5 million is because as they go into this coming legislative session, if they can show that these monies are already being utilized, and we would already be probably under construction by the time that the legislative session would begin, or at least shortly thereafter. The question, or what's before this commission, is its willingness to say that if you give us money, we will match it, at least 50%. So that means that if we're asking for $5 million to do a $10 million project, then it would be a commitment to provide $5 million in order to do the project itself. So that's what this matter is before the commission. There's certainly other information that has to be provided. AOC will have to be convinced that we could effectively use the money. They have to be convinced that we can't do it all on our own. So that's part of the application that would be put into place. The applications have to be in no later than the 27th of October. So there is a sense of urgency. We've had this matter in several forms before the commission over the course of the last 2 years. I think this commission also knows that there have been legislative appropriations totaling approximately $1.6 million that is available for the county to utilize. But this opportunity presented itself relatively recently, and we've been engaged in discussions with our local judicial district related to the needs, the strategy, how a presentation could be made. But it's critical to have, without the resolution from the commission making a commitment, then there is no application and the opportunity to pursue those funds. Let me have Mr. Herrera talk a little bit in terms of where we are currently and maybe a potential timeline to be able to use monies if they were provided by the Administrative Office of the Courts. Then I'm going to ask for you to hear from Judge Perea as well as any of their administrative staff as well.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Good morning, Mr. Herrera.
Good morning.
Barely good morning.
Good morning. Madam Chair, Robert Herrera, Director of Facilities and, Facilities and Parks. Excuse me. So the item before you is a project to propose working in conjunction with the 3rd District Court on some funding that had been come available after the 2023 legislative session. As we know, Vigil and Associates had been procured to provide a feasibility study, which they provided a limited assessment of the court area and related spaces for the existing facility due to the needs of additional judges, the courtroom spaces, and the need for spaces identified as in the study were determined through meetings, interviews, and owners and users. The recommendation was to expand the facility, and it was presented to the commission in August of 2021. Excuse me. In January of 2022, the services of Vihil and Associates were procured to complete the design of the proposed expansion. So how we got here. Vihil and Associates provided an opinion of probable cost. In August 2021, Vihil and Associates provided the OPC of $8,920,098, which was based on the 2021 construction cost. In 2023, they have provided an updated OPC of $10,319,885.75, which reflects the current construction cost in Las Cruces today. The budget breakdown is as follows. Can't see that. We had a feasibility study performed for $32,460. The design, which is complete now, 100% and shovel ready, was $681,361. We are requesting from the administrative courts $5 million, with a $5 million county match for a total project budget of $364,937. The project timeline. Feasibility was conducted in September of 2020. Completion of construction documents was completed also in 2022. Complete project funding, if it comes to fruition, would be anticipated in 2024. Notice to proceed for construction would be March of 2024. Construction and substantial completion would be completed in September 2025, and then the project will be closed out hopefully by December 2025. The final floor plan that was agreed upon was 2 courtrooms with judges' chambers and an expanded lobby area to the northeast of the existing facility. It is to the east of the existing facility in the parking lot area. And the application for funding, as Mr. Macias stated, that the Office of Administrative Courts is allocating just about $23 million statewide to plan, design, construct, renovate, furnish, and equip district court improvements statewide. Per the requirements outlined in the memorandum of funding, Doña County has a shovel-ready project meeting all criteria requested by the Office of Administrative Courts, Administrative Office of the Courts. Today, to meet the county's obligation, Facilities and Parks is requesting approval to seek funding of $5 million from the Administrative Office of the Courts for the 3rd Judicial District Court expansion project. At this time, I would entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Herrera. Commissioners, any comments, any questions?
Madam Chair, before we go to questions of Mr. Herrera, can we please hear from Judge Perea?
Of course.
I know that he was not here earlier because of a jury trial selection in a murder case. So I don't know what his time frame is. And then to see if either Ms. Ramos or Ms. Delgado wish to address the commission, and then we can go to general questions.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Good morning, Judge Perea.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon,
Good afternoon, Judge Perea.
Yes, I was doing the same thing. I'm looking. And I thank you and I welcome, and Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners. I'm here to stand for any questions you might have. The 3rd Judicial District Court is asking for your support by way of a resolution so that we can submit this application to the Administrative Office of the Courts in the amount of $5 million. The plan, as Mr. Herrera indicated, is one of 4 courtrooms that are extremely necessary. And I'd like to just kind of revert back to a story about this morning. This morning, we invited our normal Monday traffic, and we also invited approximately 300 jurors for 3 jury trials that are ongoing as we speak. We inundated our interpreters, we inundated our jury staff, we overwhelmed the hallways, and that is why we're seeking this expansion or addition to the courthouse. The judges, the 9 judges of the 3rd Judicial District Court support this request and ask that we ask your support by way of resolution to the Administrative Office of the Courts so that we can ask for some of those funds and monies that are available. We are busting at the seams, and I know many of you have walked through our court and seen the need that we have for our staff members, for our courtrooms. And we're asking for this resolution so that we can add it to the feasibility study that the AOC is requesting. $5 million is what we're looking or asking for from the AOC for these 2 courtrooms. We may need some additional construction later on down the line as far as clerks' areas because they too are in great need. But that was just today, and that's going to be for the remainder of this week. We are becoming extremely busy. Our doors are open and always have been. The district court is a hub for this county, and fortunately, the 3rd Judicial District Court is Doña County. We don't share other counties, which is a very good thing for us. But this is a hub where people come for service, and we're asking that we expand this ability to serve our citizens. Just today alone, are these 250 to 300 jurors that came from every corner of our county. I saw individuals from Hatch, from Radium Springs, from Sunland Park, several from Chaparral, from Anthony, all of our communities, and I know these people, and they're coming here to serve, and we'd like to give them the best facility possible and serve our community to the best means possible. With that said, I'd like to stand for any questions you might have.
Thank you, Judge Perea.
Madam Chair.
Commissioners, any questions, comments? Commissioner Reynolds?
I always have questions. Are you
Commissioner
kidding?
Reynolds.
A couple of years ago, when Chief Judge Arrieta was here,
yes,
he actually mentioned that the current facilities that you have, the courtrooms, currently don't serve all the needs of the court system today.
Correct.
Okay, so how much of this remodeling will actually be used in order to fix the problem you already have?
All of it would be. The 2 courtrooms would be utilized immediately. I think when he mentioned that, we currently have 9 courtrooms, but one is not a true courtroom. It does not have a jury facility. It does not have a jury box. So we cannot conduct jury trials in that hearing room, for lack of a better word. We have 2 other hearing rooms that also do not have the jury facilities. So we have functionally 8 courtrooms that are working today. 2 more would allow for the judge using the hearing room to now move into one of those courtrooms and would allow for the expansion of and to support the request of a 10th judge, which we've been told by the administrative of the courts that if we don't have a facility, we don't get another judge. If we have another judge, we're going to need another facility. That's the way that one works. So it would be utilized 100%, Commissioner.
I think I may have not stated my question correctly because I'm not sure that's the answer to the question.
Sure.
The question is, of the 9 courtrooms, 2 of them without jury boxes.
Yes.
Okay. What will this money do to fix those 2 courtrooms and the other existing courtrooms is my question. Because you'll still have 10 judges.
Yes.
And you'll still have 11 courtrooms. And you'll have 2 courtrooms that are insufficient. So you'll still be 1 courtroom short if they have no jury box, if I'm hearing you correctly. So if I'm hearing you correctly, this still doesn't solve your problem of needing 10 usable courtrooms.
Well, we have 8 now, so this would provide 2 courtrooms, so it'd make 10 usable courtrooms. And that other, what I'm going to call courtroom number 9, it does not enhance it. It does not make it jury friendly. We just don't have the room in that hearing room. So truly, we would be fulfilling, or we would be filling the 9 courtrooms would be utilized. The 10th would be available for a 10th judge. That courtroom number 9 that we spoke of just a few minutes ago will not be enhanced by this money.
So, okay. And somehow I have the impression that from, I think, what maybe Commissioner Chaparro has said, that there's not great spaces today for interpreters. They're not close to the judge or to the front. There's inadequate audience space in some of the courtrooms. I mean, I guess what I'm understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, is even though we'll give you 2 more rooms, 2 more courtrooms,
yes,
and we'll allow you to have adequate court space there and proper court space for the 2 judges, whoever they might be, we still have an inherent problem with the court facility that it's not going to address the interpretation, the room, the size of the courtroom, the audience. I mean, we still have problems. So My question is, what is your plan to fix those problems, and when will that need to be done?
Good morning, Mr.
Hello,
Ramos.
Bernice, how are you?
Good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair. So what we're working with right now with the courtrooms are, we did receive $100,000 for our technology. So we are working to get that in place for the existing courtrooms so that we have the ability for video conferencing to show, it's called an Elmo, to show the exhibits up on the screens, very much like what we have here. I actually have been with the judiciary 23 years, and the last 2 years I was with the Administrative Office of the Courts as the Senior Statewide Program Manager for Language Access. So part of what I'm doing is I'm going around the courthouse and I've identified basically a closet, and that's where we will use that room for our interpreters and also remote interpreting around the state. As Judge Bedia mentioned, he had 3 jury selections today. We utilized 6 interpreters throughout the state. In the event that one of the jury trials did not utilize the services of the interpreter, we have that interpreter on guarantee for about 2 days. So now I will have a room, which I'm kind of hobbling around right now, but usually I'll move the furniture. We're gonna move one of the desks out. I already have a remote setup for remote hearing. So we're able to utilize the interpreters remotely, when they're stuck at our courthouse. What I wanted to give was some clarification on the 9th courtroom that is upstairs. That was historically a hearing room. We do have a judge in there. If we have this annex, that judge that is assigned upstairs will now have a courtroom with a jury deliberation room, judge's chambers. The hearing room upstairs will be able to be utilized as a hearing room. Again, there are times that we do have visiting judges who come right now when there's conflicted out. So we will have the ability to have a judge in a courtroom and hold a jury as well. Or if they're just holding hearings, then they can use that hearing room as well. So we are looking at some of the funding we have internally from AOC to start bringing the court up to where it needs to be. Judge Biddy and I are working on an updated remote versus in-person hearing report that's due up to the Supreme Court. And they are also looking at what money they have to get our court up and funded with the technology needs that we, obviously lack right now.
So since you brought that up about the technology and the $100,000, does that mean you would be able to actually interview jurors remotely, maybe at another facility?
So
or do they have to be in person?
Well, right now there is a pilot project in the 9th Judicial District for remote voir dire. That's not something we've adopted statewide. So again, the Supreme Court usually gives us direction on when we could do that. But there is a pilot going on in the 9th Judicial District.
Okay, so it is something that's possibly being considered. What about, are there any staff that you're aware of inside the court that actually that don't have to be on site to do their job? And the ones that maybe send out the notices to the jurors, the ones that, anything at all, bailiffs or whatever you've got?
Not really. During COVID, we did go to a hybrid type of employment, right? So that we had, because we provide services to the public, so we have to be there. So the courts never closed down during COVID. And the only reason we went to a hybrid was that we'd send half the staff to telework and the other staff stayed, just in case someone got COVID. We didn't wipe out the entire courthouse on quarantine. To the extent that we can telework, again, it's by the approval of the administrative authority, but it still needs approval by the Supreme Court. So we submit monthly reports to the Supreme Court with justification as to why we are having people teleworking. But for the most part, we're a service-oriented type of business, and so we have to have interactions with the public.
So were you able to get 2%, 20%, 50% to telework during COVID?
You know what? I was at the administrative office of the courts for the majority of the COVID, so I wasn't, I'm not aware of exactly what the percentage was, Jody, but what it was is even though there was remote work, there was still people at the courthouse who had to pick up
Yeah.
what was going on remotely.
I guess my reason I'm asking that question, because if you had no real serious hiccups during COVID by having people telework, is that something you're actually considering to try to relieve some of the congestion and some of the issues with having space?
Well, no, because what was happening during COVID is the judges also went on that 50-50 split. And I was actually at the beginning of COVID, I was appointed the docket manager for the district court as well. So what the judges did is they partnered up, and one judge in that case type would conduct remote hearings while the other judge was in person. So it was, because it was 50% of the judges there was 50% of the staff. So yeah, there's really not any plans to go back to 50-50.
Good answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds. Commissioners, any other questions?
I think
Commissioner-
Judge Perea has something else he wants to say.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify to commissioners, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, is that these two new courtrooms would be something important to expand. I think we need to expand our judges, and with these two new courtrooms, we have the ability to say we have the space for a new judge and have the legislature approve that position. And if we have two, we now can ask for a second judge and then utilize what I call courtroom number 9 as truly a hearing room for those hearings that do not require a jury. I just want to make that clear. I hope that answered your questions.
Thank you, Judge Perea.
Mostly, yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Commissioner Sanchez. And I apologize for hurrying you all along, but I'm one of the interpreters that's on call this
Absolutely.
afternoon,
Oh,
and so
might
I
need you.
have to get on my way.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this question is directed to the county manager. Mr. Macias, is my understanding that the intended match was going to come out of our general fund, is that correct?
We have a variety of sources, but that's where the majority of it would come from.
I have serious concerns about this request. And it comes from, because I think as you've provided these letters from the AOC, it's clear that it's a 50% match. But out of the monies that's been discussed, this $23 million, the majority of it's going to go to Otero County, which leaves very little left for the rest of the state.
$8 million.
$8 million. Correct. So if we're asking for 5 out of $8 million, we're hoping, because that's what it comes down to, is we're hoping the AOC will approve that they will give us over 60%, 62.5% of that remaining funding for this project. I will reference the letter from the AOC director on August 23rd, 2023. In addition to, I know one of the letters, it discusses all the requirements that we have to submit, along with that we're committing monies for this. But here's the part that I think it's on the second page, page 2, with the first full paragraph. It indicates that there's a range up to 50% of the project costs. But at the bottom, it says a county with the least ability to fund a project might be approved for 50% of funding, while one with more robust taxing capacity could be required to fund more than 50% of the total cost. Meaning they're going to review all of these proposals. And I think one of the things that we've discussed is how, we just, I think, discussed our tax rating, or not, sorry, our bond rating, thank you, had increased. So I think what I'm kind of leaning at is I find it very, maybe I'm jumping ahead, but I think there's a very strong possibility that we will not be approved for the full 50%, the full $5 million, which means that we won't get fully funded, which means we're going to have to come out of pocket for more money. And so what's the contingency plan for this? Are we just, where's this money coming from? Where is it? Because I think, like I said, I support trying to find other funding sources for this project. But if we're going into this thinking we're going to get a full amount of money, but I think this statement in this letter gives me pause, because if we don't, then we're going to be stuck footing we're going to be stuck with the bill. And are we planning for that? Because I think, like I said, I would have a lot of concern as we've discussed, even as with the SAFER grant, where we're going to be in a few years, if we're going to be dedicating anywhere from I think this looks, if I'm right, $5.3 million if we get the full match. But if we don't, we could be stuck having to pay $6, $7, $8 million. And so all of these monies are going to be coming out of, I'm assuming, our general fund, unless we get some big infusion of capital outlay, which we have not gotten on this capital project for several years. So I guess my question is, all of that, what is our contingency plan if we don't get the full 50%?
All right, so let me address that, Commissioner and Madam Chair. This is probably our best and only chance of getting a notable commitment from the Administrative Office of the Courts. Part of the strategy is that if they see that there really is a need, and I've been following the traffic from other county managers, and they're kind of scrambling around trying to determine what they need. No one is in the position that we're in, nowhere in the state. No one has a shovel-ready project to go forward with. It is in AOC's best interest to allocate all of this money and to be able to go into this next legislative session, which they have communicated it is their plan to continue to ask, and it's not just the Administrative Office of the Courts, it's also the Association of Counties. They're going to team up to pursue another allotment of monies. And you're right, if we let all of these small counties that have less taxing capacity than the county does, then yes, they're going to catch up to us, and yes, they're going to have a higher priority. They probably will, because they'll have their shovel-ready projects, because they'll go and ask for design money out of this $8 million allocation. That's what's left. So we don't have to accept any money. We don't have to do anything other than ask and to indicate that we will match up to the 50% of whatever AOC is willing to give us at this point. But no one else has a shovel-ready project. So if they want to show that they have fully committed all $8 million and that projects are going forward, it's going to put them in a stronger position this upcoming legislative session to ask for more money and to be able to justify it.
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
What is the contingency? Well, I mean, obviously, the county has a constitutional requirement to provide housing to the judicial system. They are at capacity. They can't place another judge. There isn't another courtroom to be able to utilize it. So the commission has available to it, because of the efforts over these last 5 years to build up our reserves. We can either do reserves, and that's normally where we're going to recommend to the commission. So if we can get another agency to give us $5 million or even $4 million out of a $10 million project, and then go into this next legislative session, because it was only this past legislative session that we got $1.5 million. $1 million from Senator Cervantes, $500,000 from Senator Souls, and Representative Gallegos had given a smaller amount the year before. Well, then the fallback strategy is to close the gap out of this next legislative session, but we will have the momentum of being able to show that we're receiving additional monies from the Administrative Office of the Courts, that they liked the idea, they knew where we were, they knew that we could commit the money, so it will give us leverage with other legislators, and especially Representative Small, now that he's the chair of House Appropriation, to see if we can then close that gap, which we would be in a much better position. If we let everybody catch up to us over the next couple of years, then we're going to end up having to foot more of the bill. We're just trying to avoid. I mean, we're in a good position right now. To let it go by ultimately will cost, in my opinion, the county far more than the $5 million.
Thank you, Ms. Macias. I guess I don't still hear an answer to the question. What is our contingency? You're saying, oh, we can go do this, we can go do that, we can go wherever. But it's still, there's not a plan there that says, we've got X amount of dollars here that we can go get. We've got X amount of dollars here. And so we're going forward with this plan without a full strategy because, yes, the money is available, but it's not going in with eyes wide open to understand if we have a shortfall, this is where we're going to get the money. And so I'm concerned because along with this project on our ICIP list, we have 71 others that are right before it that need to be funded. And when I look at a bunch of these projects, I look at, a few $1 million can really get several of these items done with, addressing flood control, addressing roads, addressing all the needs our constituents are needing on a daily basis. And so I understand where you're coming from. I understand, like I said, I'm supportive of going and finding other sources. But unless we have a full strategic plan to understand where we're going to go and get the monies, if it's going to be our general fund, then I guess that's the answer. I just want to know what it is but I still think we should go into this eyes wide open to understand, look, if we're not going to get the money, we're going to open the wallet up and pay with it. But I don't know that I support that project or that going that direction, because again, if we use our monies for this project, then that's as we pull down our reserves, that minimizes the ability to do other things in the county. So I just, like I said, I understand what you're saying, where we want to put in, we want to get a chance before other counties fully have their projects vetted and in front of the AOC for review. But I will point out one last thing, which is in the one dated on the letter on October 6th on page 3, that even though they may not have projects shovel ready, at the very last paragraph, it does encourage all the counties to submit a project as a smaller piece and then come back later for the larger project. So they can submit 2 projects and look at it over the years. So while we think we are trying to get ahead of other counties, I think they're leaving the window open. If you have with 32 other counties in the state, they could be also entering in a bunch of small projects, which again diminishes our opportunity to get the full amount of money. So I don't know. Like I said, that's where my concern lies with this. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, let me again supplement, forgive me, the comments. When we had a discussion earlier about this matter, we did not have this option available to us. We have always had a practice of trying to leverage additional monies and not have the county responsible for having to foot the full bill. This is unique in probably the history of the state of New Mexico for there to be funds to basically help build either local courthouses or expansions of them. This is a unique opportunity. They have the $8 million left over because they've committed the majority of it to one project in Otero County, because that's the county that was advocating a need. None of the other counties were. And I am looking at the traffic. People are scrambling around to say, well, is there a way to use this money? But there are many counties that don't have a need to expand their courthouses. So we didn't have this option when we first spoke about it. There's only 2 contingencies. So when we talk about a strategic plan, it's more of an action plan. What happens if we don't get any money? Well, then if we don't get any money, well, then we come back and have other discussions. And again, it's the commission that has to make that determination as to how we do it. But if we're able to get a substantial portion, and I'm not saying the 5, maybe it's only 4, maybe it's only 3. The options are only 2. One of them is for the legislature, through our legislative delegation, to come up with and help us close the gap to get us to at least the 10 million. And so there are some legislators who will make that commitment. And the other is to look internally to the county in terms of where its resources. Where are they? The majority of them are in our reserves that we have built up over these last 5 years. I have been consistent in my communication to the commission that we are now arriving at that time when we are going to have to spend down reserves in order to complete some of these projects. So it's not a strategic plan, it's what is there a fallback position? Well, the fallback is based on how much money we can get allocated from the AOC, but we don't know that unless we compete for it. I can't give you that full strategy. If they give us the $5 million, then it's literally a $5 million match from the county. That's it, and you complete the project that's being recommended to you. If it's $4 million, and then we tell AOC that we're willing to match $4 million, well, then that's $8 million, and we're only short $2 million, so that makes it far more achievable. If there's no commitment because they say, you know, you have the capacity to fund the entire thing, why are we going to help you? They might say that, but I don't know, and why not take advantage of the fact that if they will commit all $8 million, they can go into this next session and ask for another $30 million. So we are in a unique position. The fallback is only two: legislative assistance, county reserves.
Like I said, I just disagree with you in that you see the free money, which I'm like I said, I think we talked safe for grant. I'm all for that. But again, it's understanding full picture. How are we going to fully fund this project? Otherwise, I have concerns dedicating monies without understanding the full picture. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Sanchez. Commissioners, any other questions, comments? And Judge Bedell, I have a couple of questions real quick. and because I don't want to misquote what I see.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And so I understand Commissioner Sanchez, his issues and concerns, but I also understand the constitutional requirement that this county has to access to justice for every single citizen in this county.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And I have spoken before this commission on several occasions. It's not about making it a beautiful courthouse. It's about addressing, and at least in my mind, a backlog of cases because we don't have enough judges. So we have victims waiting for domestic violence hearings. We have child abuse victims waiting for their right to have a jury trial. We have murders waiting to be tried. We have serious crimes. We have child custody. We have divorces. And we are, what I've seen, at least a 2-year backlog because we don't have enough judges, and we can't get enough judges without enough courtrooms.
Correct.
So am I right in what I'm seeing when I go to the courthouse every day?
Madam Chair, you speak truthfully, and Commissioners. Madam Chair, you speak truthfully. That's exactly what's occurring in today's homicide trial in my court that'll start in about 21 minutes. It is a homicide that has waited 3 years to go to trial because of issues beginning with COVID, but now the access to justice is available. We have a second homicide trial in another courtroom that has waited approximately 2 years to go to trial, and that one is now set. These cases are just homicides. So those are the ones that have the limelight today. But when we go to the child support cases, the cases with domestic violence, which are numerous and growing every day, those are the ones that need access to justice immediately. And we need to address it by way of more judges to handle more hearings back to into this hub of justice that we should be supporting and pushing forth to provide the justice and the solutions for peoples that are asking.
Thank you, Judge Beda. And on another note, I know that this commission is really thinking very hard about the other infrastructure things that we need throughout the county. But commissioners, let me remind you that access to justice impacts every single resident in this county. Juries, jurors, victims, witnesses. I mean, it's so far-reaching that unless we stop and visit the courtrooms, it's very, very difficult to understand. So it's not just a part of maybe a neighborhood where we can install a road while it's raining, and granted, we need it there, but justice from Hatch all the way to Sunland Park. And we might be able to get half of this funded. And as Mr. Macias stated and Mr. Herrera stated, this might be the only opportunity for us to build this expansion. And if we don't get any money, well, we're not going to lose anything. It's an attempt that is made. And can we answer all the questions right now? No, absolutely not. We can't answer the questions on any grant that we have received to 100% of certainty or probability. But this gives every resident in this county access to justice. And you know what? I don't care if I have to go sit outside as an interpreter. Done it, we'll do it, as long as the people from Sunland Park can get their hearing to get their kids, and so that their kids are not taken away from them. Thank you.
Absolutely, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or comments, commissioners?
Madam Chair, forgive me for belaboring. I just want to again emphasize the commission has already approved $700,000 to bring us to where we are now, which is basically a shovel-ready project. Also, you saw Mr. Herrera's numbers. When we were first given, you know, this was probably a year and a half ago that we had the plans already. It was an $8.9 million project. Now the cost is 10. We delay it more, it's just more costly, and we have really nothing to lose by seeing if AOC will provide any kind of funding. They just need to know that we'll match whatever they're willing to give us. And again, if it's not what our request is, we have the opportunity to have discussion and bring the matter back to the commission.
Thank you, Mr. Macias. Commissioners, anything else? Commissioner Reynolds.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to read something real quick from New Mexico Association of Counties. One of their priorities, they have several priorities, but one of their priorities is courthouse funding. To create a recurring appropriation of $25 million for construction and renovation of state district courthouses. In 2023, the legislation appropriated $23 million to Administrative Office of the Courts to assist with critical needs. $15 million was designated to resolve litigation between the 8th District Judicial Court and Ocho County, and the remaining balance is being distributed based on needs statewide. Counties maintain that district courthouses are a state responsibility, and that the rising costs of construction, security, IT necessitate a shared revenue stream, which is what we're talking about here. So this is one of the priorities that's being submitted by New Mexico Association of Counties, is a recurring a commitment by the legislators to have a recurring fund that we can use every year, number one. Number two, we've got $1.6 million, as Mr. Macias has said. We cannot use that as matching funds, okay, toward this $5 million. Number three, we have a request for $9.8 million currently on the ICIP. And if, in fact, the legislators approve that, it costs us nothing from reserve. So we have to say two things here. Do we commit the $5 million, or do we wait for the $9.8 million that we've requested from the legislators, which most likely will be approved this year since it wasn't approved last time? So what you're asking us to do is to commit to $5 million, although we've got 9.8 still on the ICIP list, which will pretty much cover most of what we need except for the $1.6 million to do the courthouse and not have to cost anything out of reserve. So really, this is more not a matter of does we support the courts or not support the courts. The question is a matter of timing and where the funds are coming from, as Commissioner Sanchez has actually suggested. So I guess the better question for this board is, do we believe we're going to get a majority of the $9.8 million that we've requested on the ICIP for the courts, and do we lobby for that? Or do we come up with the $5 million out of our own budget, which could be used for other capital improvement projects, which we sorely need as well? And I know what my feeling is. And second thing I'll mention is, even though we do this construction in 2025, we need to start raising funds for another 3 courtrooms, excuse me. So we need another 3 courtrooms. And do we maybe use the reserves to build those 3 courtrooms for another $50 million? I mean, we don't have a good strategy on how to address these issues with the court at this point in the county. And all we're doing, in my opinion, is basically putting up a target and shooting at it without any real idea and strategy about how we're going to meet the needs of the community for the next 10 to 20 years. And I still have a problem with the way we approach this from the start, because we're paying over $500 a square foot for this building to be built, and it's only going to provide 2 more courts. I think it should provide 3. I think it should provide 4, whatever we're going to need for the next 5 years, rather than going back to the well in another year, 2 years to request more money. It's just not the way I want to run the county personally. That's all.
Thank
And I
you.
still think we should wait till we see what the ICIP does at the state before we make a decision like this or commitment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Reynolds. Just like to remind everyone, the deadline is the 27th to apply for this. Mr. Herrera, is that correct?
Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you. And also, just to respond, Commissioner Reynolds, in 20 years, this county will have outgrown itself. The way we're bringing in companies from Taiwan for 200 jobs and so forth. So we can't project 20 years into the future. We can project 3 to 5 years into the future, and what, based on the history of this court, and that probably will suffice for 5 to 10 years before we need to ask more money. I don't know how quickly this county will grow, but thank you for your thoughts.
Madam Chair, excuse me for interrupting, but what I'm saying is this $8 million, because it's being requested by New Mexico Association of Counties from all 33 counties, is most likely going to be here in January as well. That's my point. I mean, we may, just because we have to have this application in by the 27th or 29th, we've got 2 other sources of funds. If you think that they gave us this money now because they felt like it was necessary to fix the courts, they're asking for the same amount of money to be appropriated every legislative session. And the fact that we've got the $9.8 million, I just think we're pulling the trigger too quickly on this. That's all. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Reynolds.
Madam
But I
Chair.
disagree with your analysis of that.
Let me just say one last couple of things. We don't ask for this money, and we go into the legislative session saying, legislators, give us money, and they're saying, you could have gotten potentially a match from the AOC, and you didn't take advantage of it. Now you're wanting us to fund? I'm sorry, we're not going to get any funding. And the legislature, over 2 sessions, has provided us $1.6 million. How are they going to provide us $9 million this next year? They're not going to, especially if we've lost opportunities. So I'm just not quite clear that I'm understanding some of the arguments that are being made. It's one thing if we, just don't want to proceed necessarily with the project, but any opportunity that presents itself, we should at least try. And then if they say no, then at least we can go into the legislature saying, look, we looked for other options.
We tried everything we could.
Continue to help us.
Thank you, Mr. Macias.
Madam Chair, and also
Commissioner Murillo.
on the ICIP, was this item moved from the top all the way to 72? I mean, what's the whole purpose? And this is just like a blessing to apply. If we get it or we don't get it, I mean, then we ask legislation. But I mean, I just hope that one day, one of us, if we need the courts for something, just remember, if you said no, well, you said no, but you might need that court one day. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Murillo. Commissioner Sheldo, Vice Chair Sheldon on this?
I understand what everyone's saying. I agree with most. I do have a question. If we apply for this money and we say, yes, well, there's $5 million, we can prove that we have it, our bond rating's great, yada, 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 and then we come back to the table in 6 months or whatever it is, if we need to come up with the funding, and we say, this is a Band-Aid, we need to look at a different option, is that money still going to be there to use? And I mean option like this is a Band-Aid to fix a issue that we have been talking about for, sounds like years. If we sit here and we say we need to look at a different kind of expansion, a different location, a different building new,
No, we already did the feasibility plan. We already did the architectural
3 years
design.
ago, almost 4 years ago. I mean, that's what this is coming down to, is that we're talking about things that happened in 2020. It's now 2023. At least that's what the presentation said, is that these feasibility studies were done in 2020.
Yes, but the feasibility already laid out. The feasibility was the first part, and it was only $32,000. It was just the general plan.
Correct.
It was the concept development. But then we moved into the architectural design, and that the commission allocated over $600,000 to do that. So we are, there's no changing course. This is the approach that has been agreed to by our judges, beginning with Judge Arrieta when we first started working on the concept of having to expand in order to accommodate additional judges. So I don't know that there's any changing, because the feasibility plan allows you to continue to expand on that same pathway. So there's no changing. We get $5 million commitment, we would say, come back to you after going out to bid the project.
I understand what you're saying, 100%. What I am saying is, from a logical business standpoint, it sounds like this is not big enough. And I think that is what the commissioners down the line have been saying for a while now, is that this is not going to be big enough for Doña for 10 years. And I get what the feasibility study is saying, but we're getting information from every single person in this room, including the chief judge, that's saying, and Chairwoman Chaparro, that says that this is not big enough. And it sounds like it's a Band-Aid. What I'm asking is, the only thing I'm asking, we can debate it later, the $5 million that we say, yes, we have it, the bond rating's great, we're gonna go after this money with AOC. They say, sounds great, you're getting that $5 million. And then in 6 months, this board says, we wanna look at a new building, whatever it is. Can that money be used towards that instead of the 2 courtrooms plus an office space plus yada, yada, yada? That's what I'm asking.
Yes, if you're willing to come up with whatever the difference is to create a new building, the $100 million project.
Sounds great. Okay, cool. Sounds like a great opportunity. Sounds like we just need to, I personally believe that we just need to look forward, pledge the money, but I think that there's so many other things that we need to look at. I agree with Commissioner Reynolds. I agree with Commissioner Sanchez. But at the end of the day, $5 million is $5 million, and if it's out there and available for us to get, I think we should give it a shot to go get it. And I think we should also look at different options later on, because we just debate this a lot, guys, a whole lot. And I get it, you know, access to justice is huge, and you know, I've been in that courtroom a lot of times, from adoption to jury duty in January and everything. So I get it, but I think that we just need to look forward. We need to say, yes, let's see what AOC says. They're going to say, yes, you have $5 million, here you go. Or they're going to say, here's $300,000, and then we're out $300,000. But we need to figure out something, because I'm tired of debating this. I really am. So I just think we need to see what AOC says and then come back to the table. It sounds like we've given Mr. Macias direction as to a strategic plan of some kind of how we're going to go forward from A to B with the money and all that stuff. And I think that's a great idea, but it's $5 million out there in the world. It's $8 million, whatever it is, but $5 million that we're asking for. We need to figure it out. So that's my 2 cents, but I'm in favor for at least trying.
Thank you, Vice Chair Shelder Hernandez, and I'd like to do a roll call vote because I need to leave. So commissioners, any other questions or comments besides the ones that have already been made? Thank you. May I have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
No.
Commissioner Sanchez?
No.
Vice Chair Shelder Hernandez?
Yes.
Chair Chaparro?
Yes, motion carries 3-2.
That does have a resolution number. That number is 2023-96.
Thank you. And I'm going to have to step down and have Vice Chair Sheldo Hernandez continue the meeting with agenda item 20 and 21. Apologies to El Paso Electric and also the county attorney and Ms. Ainsworth and Mr. McMillan. I didn't think the meeting was going to take this long, so apologies. Thank you.
Thank you, Bernice, for coming. Good to see you again.
Moving on to hearings and ordinances, item number 20, an ordinance granting right-of-way agreement between the County of Doña, New Mexico and El Paso Electric Company. Mr. Gooden.
Yes, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. So what this is state statute allows counties and municipalities to pass an ordinance to impose a franchise agreement with public utilities. This one particularly El Paso Electric, which is a utility. And this goes back to, we had our first one of these was done in 1992. And at that point in time, excuse me, we had the franchise agreement had a 2% franchise fee for using county properties to put transmission lines, poles, et cetera, substations, whatever they might be. And so that was initially started out in 1992. That was amended later on in 1999 that put in a different provision in. Initially, it was 2% franchise fee. In 1999, we changed the provision to say 2%. However, El Paso Electric, if you go and give some other public entity a better deal than that, we get to do that as well. And so in 2014, there was an agreement entered into with, I believe it was the city of Las Cruces at the time, but anyway, there was a 3% franchise fee. And so we came back and said, well, our agreement says we get 3% if somebody else gets 3%. So we increased that. And so we are now currently receiving 3%. Now, these franchise agreements, these ordinances can be valid up to 25 years. And when the amendment was done in 1999, it didn't completely extend it for the full 25 years. So our franchise agreement with El Paso Electric will expire on November 1st, 2018. And so El Paso Electric submitted to us some proposals of here, we want to renew the franchise agreement, have a new ordinance passed. We went back and forth on those a little bit, and we've ended up with a couple of minor changes. First of all, they wanted to just leave it at a maximum of 3%, and we said, no, we want to leave in that provision that says if you get a better rate from somebody else, we can do the same thing. Now, the converse to that is if some other utility were to come in and we say, no, yours is only 2%, then they could also reduce it as well, and that's what's currently existing. So they had originally proposed to take that language out. We went back and said, no, we want to leave that language in for the increase. That was one of the biggest things they asked for, we pushed back on. And then also, as I indicated in the executive summary, the other significant changes that are there is that in the current ordinance, it had a provision that if they were to do a rate increase petition with the Public Regulatory Commission, they had to notify us of that. They asked to take that out. As it really is at this point, we know when they're happening, we get notice of them. So that's really not, in my mind, a big deal. And then I don't know how to number things because I went from the changes from being 1 to 3. I didn't put change 2 in. I don't know if that was something that we then ended up not changing or if I just can't number correctly. But then the next provision of it is the current provision has that before any lawsuit could be filed, there had to be arbitration. We've changed that to mediation. I think it's more conducive to working out issues. And I did put in here, that the new provision would say that in the event of litigation, the losing party had to pay the winning party's attorney's fees. They had initially proposed that, but then after I prepared this, we went back and forth and we took that provision out. So it will continue on as it is. So each party pays their own litigation costs. That allows a little more control over what those costs are going to be, and that is consistent with the current language. So we're pretty much consistent with what is already existing. Just we're up to the time point where the agreement is expiring. And then I also have in there approximately over the last 3 fiscal years what has been the revenue that we've generated. FY21 was 1.5 million, in FY22 1.95 million, and in FY23 was 1.91 million. So this is providing a significant amount of money to the county by having this in place. And that's all I have on it. I know Mr. Montgomery's here. I don't know if he has anything he wants to add unless you have questions for him, or if there's any questions that you have.
Are we really stuck with El Paso Electric?
At this point in time, there is no other electric utility.
Sorry, that was
I
that was
understand.
a joke.
I understand. So.
Mr. Fisher? I had a question, and I'm just curious if we can have some clarity, because it's my understanding that the city of El Paso gets 5% of a franchise fee, and yet we're at 3%. So understanding what the difference is there and how, we discuss as the ability to find opportunities to renegotiate in the future or be able to do that, but just curious, like I said, if El Paso Electric or City of El Paso is getting 5%, should Doña County be getting the same amount?
I don't know what the basis is for El Paso, City of El Paso's. I will say one thing, though. I will point out that these franchise fees, you look on your bills, you get your bill from the electric company, it has you used X number of kilowatts or whatever, and then there's the line of all the other things, the taxes, the franchise fee. So this is passed on to you as the customer, or to us as the customers. So I guess we could say it's a 5% franchise fee. You just increased everybody's electric bill by 2%. And so, but I don't know what the basis is or what all goes into the determination of it. This is what we've, as I said, historically, when we first started, it was 2%. When it was increased with the city, we followed along with the increase as well.
So are you advocating that we should be decreasing the franchise fee so that it's lower to our customer or to our residents?
Well, I guess we could do that and just let them use our property for free. But yeah, I'm not advocating that we decrease it. I mean, unless you wanted to decrease our incoming revenues by whatever amount that would be basically by a third. So if you want to decrease the revenues, I guess you could.
Okay, thank you. And I guess this will be for Mr. Montgomery. I just had a question regarding the closing fund that was set up. Is that, and I'll have to refresh myself, and this is where I could use your assistance. The closing fund that was set up by El Paso Electric that Movita was talking about earlier in the meeting, is that specifically for New Mexico, or does that also benefit the city of El Paso?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, just for the record, my name is Eric Montgomery. I'm the Regional Director for Government Affairs for El Paso Electric. Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, the closing fund that you're referring to is actually established as part of the merger agreement, in which $20 million was dedicated over a 20-year period to our New Mexico service territory. So long answer, short answer is yes, it's dedicated to New Mexico.
Okay, thank you. And I think it was my understanding as well, I think some of that 5% goes to a fund for El Paso and El Paso County with some other funding, like I said, but I just wanted to make that clear, but just trying to get a better understanding of why the difference and between the entities and also the fund. So thank you, Mr. Montgomery.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Sanchez, I did not work for the company at the time that the franchise agreement was was negotiated with El Paso. I guess to give a more specific answer, the percentage discussion is certainly open for negotiation. It is a pass-through fee approved by the PRC, and it is a cost on the customer. And so something that is available, obviously there's a provision that's written into there that allows for addressing and amending the agreement at a later time as well, should the commission want to revisit that.
Thank you, Mr. Montgomery. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Commissioners, any other comments or questions for Mr. Montgomery while he's
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
thank you. The amount of money that we collect, can you give me kind of an average of how much we collect per year on this fee?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, for the last 3 years, the total revenue to the county has varied from $1.5 million to $1.9 million.
Okay.
Dollars.
All right, thank you. Now, I understand that we could actually use that to fund a bond for infrastructure, couldn't we?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, that is correct. Franchise fee revenue is a bondable item.
And this is for 25 years?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, correct.
Okay. All right. So where is this money currently going, Mr. Macias?
Into the general fund, and then it's dispersed through allocations by the commission?
Okay, so we don't have it earmarked for anything specific?
No, I don't believe so.
I know that just for the board's sake, I mean, we set aside $10 million for road improvements, several years ago, and we're still talking about, other funds to do more roads improvements and infrastructure. I think because this is a possible opportunity for us to actually get a bond to move some of our capital improvement projects up to a closer date, I think that's something this board should consider, is actually maybe trying to get some bond money and use this to actually to secure some bonds for the next 25 years. So I'd like to have us some presentation on that. I mean, things like, okay, sewer is one of them. Sewer, internet, dig once. There's a lot of things we could use this for, and that if we're just putting it in a general fund and using it for other things it's not allocated for, if there are some infrastructure projects that will help us to recruit more companies to provide, cheaper housing or something like that, I think this is certainly money we should consider for that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Of course. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none. Brandy, if I can get a roll call vote, please.
Did I miss a motion?
I so move. There's no motion. So I move.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Murillo.
I'll second.
A second by Commissioner Sanchez. Not Sanchez.
Okay,
Shannon
you can
Reynolds.
call me that. That's not-
Okay, Brandy, roll call vote, please.
You got it. Commissioner Murillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Vice Chair Shaljo Hernandez.
Yes.
That
Motion.
does have a resolution number.
Thank you.
That number is 346-203.
Perfect, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, that actually is an ordinance number, not a resolution.
It is an ordinance number, 346-2023.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. Chair, just wanted to provide some quick public comment on the process. On behalf of El Paso Electric, I want to commend the county and staff for the process of the franchise agreement. This was absolutely incredible working with staff, and just wanted to go on record with that. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I just, Mr. Montgomery, I just want to say that was a lot easier than the other evening in Doña, so thank you.
Okay, moving on. Item number 21, final plat approval for subdivision to be known as Mesilla Vineyard Estates. Ms. Amesworth.
Can we make a motion?
I believe I need to be sworn in.
Oh, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a
Do we
request.
have a motion to
So move.
so move? We have a motion on the floor and a
Second.
second by Commissioner Reynolds. Thank you. Ms. Ainsworth.
Madam Chair, before, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, before we begin, there was a letter that was brought up by Mr., I believe it was Valdez. And I'm just going to ask that you take a moment to read it before Ms. Ainsworth begins her presentation.
Thank you.
Sure.
Does anyone need any more time with the letter? Seeing none, Ms. Ainsworth, go ahead.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a request for final plat, and the applicant's representative is Livin Consulting Engineering for Cruces Equity Partners and Nuestra Tierra, or the property owners. The property is currently zoned D1L, and this property is a little over 32 acres with 28 residential lots. Access is through Fair Acres, which is a county-maintained road. The preliminary plat was approved on October 25th by the BOCC. There is a new extension of Tres Sendas, which provides access, and infrastructure improvements have all been completed with the exception of El Paso Electric, and they did provide the letter of credit, which they have filed with El Paso Electric. This is the subject property. You can see in a primarily residential area. It's a little bit closer view. It's formerly agricultural property, and there are some large lot residential properties that are adjacent. This is the plat showing these residential lots which are fairly large in size. And these are images of the subject property. So as I mentioned, infrastructure has been completed with the exception of the electrical distribution system. And you can see here in this image, they did install a berm, which helps to contain the water from storms. And just to address some of what was in that letter that you read, these properties will be required to have on-site ponding, which will be designed whenever homes are constructed on those properties. And so currently when it's vacant, it's not obviously containing that water. And so other measures need to be made on a temporary basis to make sure that that doesn't occur. But this subdivision and the improvements were reviewed by staff, by both our engineering department and the Flood Commission, and were approved. And so they did meet the county's criteria for their design plans. That concludes my presentation. The applicant and his representative are here if you have additional questions.
Madam, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Ainsworth, I know they mentioned the flooding here. I have a an area in my district, which is, actually was built, and they put small retention ponds on all the lots, and they were required to keep those and as part of their building construction. However, as they were purchased, the homeowners decided that they didn't need those ponds, and they filled them in, many of them, okay? So what is going to prevent that from occurring here? Is it going to be part of the deed on the property that they keep the retention pond, or is it going to be part of the plan? Because you're saying, yes, the homeowners will be required to put small retention retention ponds on each one of the properties. How are we going to ensure that happens, number one? And number two, how are we going to enforce that as the property changes hands over the next 5 to 10 to 20 years? Because that's certainly not happening up near Escondida in the Los Alturas area up there. And so we're having problems with road drainage, with people having water run from one lot into the other lot, causing damage. And when they approach the county and they say, what can we do about it? Our only response is, that's a civil matter, and so you need to take them to court. So I need to know how we're going to ensure that this property actually conforms to the requirements, and we have some way to enforce it as a county in order to approve it.
Well, for the first question, how do we ensure that they actually put the ponds in? We do, when they come in for a building permit for those, to develop those lots, that is something that's reviewed as part of the review. And so the Flood Commission will provide comments and convey the requirements for that pond, depending on the size of the dwelling and other improvements that they're doing. When we do the inspections for the development, that's one of the things that our inspectors check for, is that they are installing those ponds. Now, for the second part of that question, that is a bit more challenging. It is an enforcement issue, obviously, but we do enforce it. If we find out that someone filled in their pond and we are notified of that, then we do pursue enforcement. It's not an ideal scenario, obviously, but the county does allow for subdivisions to be developed with on-site ponding. If the design is provided and it meets our criteria, then we're obliged to accept that design. And so currently that is a practice that's acceptable. Like I said, it's not perfect, but we will enforce if people are filling those in and we find out.
Well, Mr. Chair, Ms. Ainsworth, so the fact that we told the residents that I already have in my district that that's a civil matter and they need to take their neighbors to court to get relief from the damage that the water running into their property is not something we should be dealing with, or it is something we're going to deal with?
I mean, I'm not familiar with the specifics of that, and I don't know who conveyed that information, but if they have provided a set of plans on which they were required to have a pond on site, and we approved it, and there were inspections, and then we found out after the fact that they were not maintaining it, we would enforce it. If it's a situation where it's existing development that occurred many years ago, the county doesn't have plans on file, there was no requirement at the time for them to have on-site ponding, and they have issues with flooding that comes over from their neighbor's property, then that's something that we would not be able to enforce.
Actually, excuse me, it was on the plans. It is on the plans. They were filed. And when our code enforcement people go out there, they say, yeah, that the fact that you're having a problem with your neighbor is a civil problem, and so we can't even cite them for it. So I think it's a policy process that we need to fix at the county, but I want to make sure that as these lots are sold in the future with the retention pond on them, I'd like to see some requirement to have that information put on the deed so that it cannot be removed from the requirement of the property in the future, and that we have some evidence showing that it is deeded with the retention pond, and they need to keep it that way. Okay, and I would like it if you would provide us with some policy for the UDC so that it provides you what you need in order to enforce this, even back for previous situations. Because if it's supposed to be there, it was designed to be there, it's planned to be there, it's not there, then I think we need to take action so that they don't have to file suits in the courts to get to get it corrected. Anyway, and that's one of the things that concerns me about this. If these lots aren't going to have something that's enforceable for the county, then it'd be hard for me to support this. So I need to feel good about that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any follow-up conversations and/or questions for Ms. Ainsworth?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just more of a comment, and I know it doesn't specifically speak to this, but I think, I think is when we look at the letter, and I think it brings up a good point. I think I've brought this up before, which is there's no sidewalks, there's no lighting that's required, and it's not required per our UDC. I mean, and I think we've seen this, I think I mentioned in the last meeting, we've seen this where we have these, we're having these residential areas that are continuing to grow, or they're having subdivisions, and because they're over an acre, there's no requirement for it. And I just feel like this is something we need to address as a commission and look at the UDC, because like I said, I don't fault, unfortunately, I don't say unfortunately, in this case, like I said, I don't fault Mr. McMillan, because there's no requirement here for this. And so as a county though, moving forward, how do we start looking at this? How do we start looking at, the infrastructure, again, the infrastructure? How are we gonna look at how we look at this? I think you look at stormwater drainage and thing, but we're requiring the homeowners to do this. In the end, I just feel like there's so much that we're leaving that we look in the village of Doña, and I know not quite the same issue, but residents want us, they come after the fact that we take ownership of these roads or the infrastructure, and then they ask for lighting, they ask for sidewalks, they ask for things that weren't put in at the initial development of these residential subdivisions. So while it doesn't, like I said, I feel like I can't turn around and say because of our UDC existing as is, I can't turn around and tell the developer, hey, you have to do all these other things because it's not in our UDC. But I think it's something we should address as a county, in our UDC, and figure out how we start addressing this going forward, so that as we continue to grow, we're not leaving liability or potential costs for the county to have to remedy these situations as we move forward. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Seeing none. Brandy, can I get a roll call vote, please? Oh, yes. Public comment. Yes, of course.
So kind of along that note, my name's Raul Tucker.
Mr. Chair, just be sworn in.
Oh, do you promise to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay. My name's Raul Tucker. I live in the Mesilla Vineyards. I live on the corner of Sandy Beach and Tres Endadas. So it's the older part, not the newer part, but that road runs into the newer part. So kind of along the lines of what you've kind of mentioned there. So when the new road was developed, it's on the south side of my property, and that slope funnels down into my property. So last month when we had that real bad rain, my whole property was totally flooded, and looked like a lake, I actually took some pictures of kind of how that erosion, because the sidewalk that was developed, although it looks real nice, there's no curb. So then that water, there's nothing to stop that water, and then it just runs there. They put a little bit of, backing, but that's already eroded, and that's just after one rain. So my concern as a resident is, what's it gonna look like in 5 years, 10 years, and that's gonna affect my property and to, my home. So I just didn't know if there was a solution to that.
And again, Mr. Chairman, we might want to have the engineer for the land developer address some of these issues. But our staff should be able to address it as well in terms of the hearing that was held before the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Thank you.
Because I believe these issues came up there as well.
Okay, thank you so much.
Uh-huh.
Is there any other public comment? I have, yes, he's coming up right now.
So Tony Chavez, again, tell the truth. Safety issues. We
Thank you,
talked
sir.
about the safety issues. So you have kids that are being picked up by the school buses on those intersections of Tresendas and Fair Acres, Chivalry and Fair Acres. So is there a plan to put any type of lighting there, something there to prevent a potential accident here in the future? You're just talking in those areas where there's a potential for safety. If those are your kids, I'm sure you'd want to have that they were protected there when they were being picked up by the bus. It's a safety issue. I mean, it's a narrow road there on Fair Acres. That road is not in good shape. Every time they fix it, they just put Band-Aids on it. It gets flooded with water. You have bicyclists that go through that area. I mean, it's a safety issue. Fair Acres needs to be fixed. That's the bottom line. I mean, you fix the north side of Fair Acres, you fix Messiah Hills, but South Fair Acres is a disaster. Hate to say it. So I don't know if there's a plan to fix it here anytime in the future.
Mr. Chair.
Was that all your comments, sir?
No. So as you get more people coming in the subdivision, you get more traffic in that area.
Okay, I have a question for him.
Yes,
If
sir.
you want to finish your thoughts, and then we'll ask
Yeah.
questions if there's any.
So we got the safety, we got the weeds in that area. There's a whole bunch of weeds now because of all the rain that's going on. I mean, I have allergies there because of the pigweed, the ragweed, tumbleweeds. I mean, all in the south, east, west area, it's inundated with weeds. I don't know, the code enforcement goes out there and looks at that area to fix it, but it's full of weeds. And then the dust issue, we talked about the dust last year. And I mean, as they were developing the area, I mean, they had some water trucks out there, but there were days that there were no water trucks out there and there's all kinds of dust. They disturb the soil and then they leave, and then the winds come and all that dust blows everybody in the yards. I mean, we spent a lot of money landscaping our yards, and now it's covered in dirt and dust and everything else. So I don't know if there's something that you guys can do to mitigate that. And when they go develop or they go build homes, that there's a way to mitigate the dust and they wet the ground to do something. But something has to happen. And unless you guys enforce it, it's not going to happen. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Mr. Reynolds, yes.
Yeah, I have a question. You said Tony, right?
Correct.
So is the problem you brought up with the kids, okay, is that right next to their property? Is that what you're saying, is the bus stop is on the new road and where they're gonna be standing and waiting for the bus, or is it right on the road, on the highway there?
So if you go down, if you were to go down Fair Acres, it's right there on Fair Acres and Chivalry where they pick up kids. That's where the bus picks them up.
Right.
And so I'm assuming, and I've seen where the bus comes in, before they built the road, they were actually picking them up on the corner of Sandy Beach and Tresendas. Now that the road is built, now the bus probably stops there on Fair Acres and Tresendas. And there's no lighting there at all. It's dark.
I don't know, okay.
So I would ask that you guys consider that. I mean, it's a safety issue. This is not my issue account. I mean, it's not my issue. It's a safety issue.
Yeah.
And if you have kids, young kids that are being picked up, in fact, he has kids that are being picked up right there.
Okay, so.
I mean, these are elementary school kids being picked up.
Let me make sure I understand what you're recommending or what you're requesting. Are you requesting us to put a stoplight on Picacho and Fair Acres? I mean, Fair Acres and this road?
No,
or
not a
what?
stoplight, just some lighting, either
Street light
a
or-
street light, a floodlight, something,
Or a
so that
shelter.
people can see kids are waiting for a bus there. Especially now, we have diminished lighting. The days are getting shorter. I mean, eventually they're gonna, as you turn the clock back, but whatever you guys deem necessary to prevent a potential accident from happening. I don't know if you can put in some flashing lights there, something that lets them know, hey, this is a school bus stop for kids to be picked up.
Okay, thank you.
And then the other thing with Fair Acres Road, excuse me, if I elaborate a little bit more, there was a fatality last Sunday morning, and the power was knocked out. So is there a way for, and this continues to happen because the light poles are in close proximity to Fair Acres. So it's like every year there's a pole that gets knocked out there and electricity goes out. We were like 8 hours without electricity. Can El Paso Electric put the light, the electrical lines underground there?
Well, that's up to, to answer that, that's really up to our UDC code. And we're the ones that determine whether it's underground or not. And I don't know about this specific development, whether we said they need to put lines underground or whether it's above ground. We'll have to ask Ms. Ainsworth that question.
Well, I think that's a safety issue too.
Yeah.
The other issue is, can you put some type of, I don't know, barrier around the poles so that at least it protects the poles from being knocked down when they hit them? I mean, this is just common sense stuff.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
If you can
Commissioner.
look into that, I'd appreciate it.
As a point, just a suggestion. Well, I'm not trying to diminish at all Mr. Chavez's concerns. I think if we might be able to take his concerns, because it seems like those are related to Fair Acres and some of those other areas that aren't specific to this decision. Maybe we take those offline, or at least have the county manager, have our staff be able to follow up on these concerns and see what we can do.
And I bring it up because, again, it's part of the subdivision, it's expanding, and there's a lot of traffic on that road right now.
Of course, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and with that, Mr. McMillan, do you have yourself or your engineer here to answer any of these questions that are coming up? Okay, thank you. Sir, what's your name, sir?
Zach Libin.
Zach, do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, again, my name is Zach Libin. It's now Libin Underwood Engineering and Surveying. As mentioned, all of the improvements are installed besides El Paso Electric. With the El Paso Electric letter of credit in your packet. The final plat creates that donation of land to Nuestra Tierra, which is that wetland project just behind, east of this project. Is part of the final plat creates that donation. Street lights, as noted otherwise, was as part of the preliminary plat process and the UDC and the approved design were not required. It is also generally opposed in this entire area to have streetlights due to the views and the view of the night sky in that area. And if you go out there, there's not streetlights in that area for that reason. Fair Acres Road does have a very limited right-of-way. There's no doubt about that. For the ponding, the stormwater concern raised on August 25th, there was a very intense storm in the area, as noted by a previous public comment. Pretty much everything around there was wet and standing water. There was an issue, the improvements were not finished at that point. There was an issue that some of the water headed south down the roadside drainage swales, which are not intended to be a channel and are instead a series of ponding. And those address the street runoff. That also comes up, these other adjacent properties to the road were also required to have roadside drainage swales. And those, in some places in the previous development, have not been maintained. And so that is of an issue. The disclosure statement, the covenants, and the plat of record, there will be a record, make it very clear that those drainage swales are to stay in place and that there are on-lot ponds required. So I don't know if that's of any comfort, that the disclosure statement and the covenants and the plat of record, not to mention, as Ms. Ainsworth mentioned, the building permits will require on-lot ponding, a calculation, site-specific. The reason that the reason that they weren't built as part of these improvements is because it's impossible to guess on a 1 acre lot or a 1.2 acre lot where a house is going to build, where they would like a pond. So that's going to be part of their home construction. They will need to have it calculated how big their pond needs to be, and that pond will need to be constructed as part of the home. Again, don't know how large of a home will be built or how large of a pond to build until this is constructed. So noting that on the 25th, a very large storm took place. There were ponding everywhere in this area, not just on the south side of this development. So with that, I would stand for any other questions that the commissioners have.
Okay, thank you. Do you have a question, Jan?
Chair. So are you saying that it's not needed to do any kind of curbing in order to direct the water to a existing retention pond or anything like that? Or you're saying that the ditch along the side of the road should be sufficient to move the water regardless of the 10-year rain, 50-year rain, 100-year rain? I mean, what's the design criteria you have for that? Is it a 100-year rain, 500-year rain?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds. That is correct that the drainage report and the terrain management plan show that the drainage swale along the edges of the road are designed, even after driveways are constructed, to capture 125% of the runoff that would come off of the road in those drainage swales along the road on either side of the road.
Based on a 10-year rain or a 50-year rain or a 100-year rain or a 500-year rain?
A 10 and a 100-year storm. Yes, sir.
A 100-year storm? Yes, sir. Okay, because we just had a 500-year storm in La Union, which caused us a lot of problems. And I think we had another 500-year storm as well in this year. That was in a different location, and I know we're having problems with Hatch as far as the drainage. Is the design criteria at 100 years what we're asking for, Ms. Sainsworth? Is 100 years sufficient?
Commissioner Reynolds, unfortunately, I don't do the review, but the Flood Commission has reviewed it, and they have reviewed to the standard that the county currently requires.
Okay, so now, sorry, him again, sorry. So if I understand it correctly, that Raul Tucker said that he actually had the water run into his property based on the drainage, the cresting of the road, which is required, push the water into his yard and cause quite a bit of flooding there. So you're saying now that your construction or your infrastructure is completed, that won't happen again?
I have 2 points to make, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds. 2 points to answer your question. The first is that lot is required to have a roadside drainage swale, just like these are, to accommodate for road runoff. So that's the first, that there's a requirement for that in infrastructure already. Whether it's in place or not, that's not part of this project. Second of all, it was a heavy rain. It was a very intense rain. The nearest rain gauge didn't catch it quite so, but anecdotally in this area, it was a 100-year storm. And so the fact that water ponded on people's lots, that everybody's stormwater ponds on their own property and the existing were full of water, shows that it was not just a road runoff issue. There was rain everywhere. It did not just rain on the road, causing problems to anybody.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Tucker, I'd like to ask him a question. It's Mr. Tucker, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so let me understand your perspective of what happened. Do you have a drainage ditch along the road where you live?
We do not.
Okay.
We do not. And we built that home there, and there was never one on that property once we went in there.
Is there nothing on your plat, nothing on your plans to do that?
No, sir. To have a ditch like that, no, sir. Like I said, and then the new road is now significantly higher than what the dirt road was prior. And then again, like I said, it is significantly, when you turn in on the road, slope down towards my property versus, like you were mentioning, to have a crown. It doesn't have a crown. It slopes down towards my property.
Okay. Any other comments, thoughts?
No, and I mean, I didn't know if you would like to see photos of that or something, you know.
I believe the photos are probably devastating.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah.
So, Mr. Tucker, that road behind your house was not there originally. It was a dirt road?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Farm road or?
It was yes, sir, farm road. So, I mean, people accessed it all the time, you know.
Okay. And about how many houses are backed up to that road now that has been paved?
None.
None, just yours?
Not just mine. Yes, sir.
Just yours. Okay. Is there a way that you guys can rectify this since the road wasn't there when the property was built and you guys paved the road afterwards? Because I'm guessing that a farm road, you would need a drainage swale on a farm road, but once it would be paved, so it probably wasn't a part of his original plat, I would assume. Is that correct?
Yes. Mr. Chair, to the initial question, that road Trescendas was always platted as a secondary access to La Mancha. It was not all the way improved with pavement, but it was always platted as a secondary access to La Mancha, all the way to, so that road has always existed as long as homes have been there in that area. It was just not always paved. It was planned to be paved, and in fact required to be paved as part of this project, this development. The plats of record for the previous phases do require that drainage swale along the sides of the road.
But it wasn't so I'm a little confused now, and maybe Ms. Amesworth, you can help us out with this. So this is the second phase of Mesilla Valley Vineyard Estates, sorry. And the requirement of this road to be paved was a part of this phase, not the original phase.
That is correct, that this Mesilla Vineyard Estates, the previous phases to the north, this isn't exactly a phase of those, but those were La Mancha Estates working their way south, previous development. This Trescendas was a secondary access for that development. That road now is a primary entrance of sorts to this project. You can see the little finger sticking out there that is paved, and in fact, it goes all the way to Fair Acres, providing that all-weather access to folks.
Okay.
There's also the other access at Chivalry.
Okay, so it wasn't required to be paved prior to this portion of the project being presented, is what I'm understanding.
The road was platted and improved for all-weather access, but it was not asphalt paved with sidewalks, if that answers your question, Mr. Chair.
Which it now is paved with sidewalks.
That's correct.
But it wasn't when he bought his property.
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So if we can look at the plat just to help Mr. Tucker out and look at the original plans, which I don't see in our packet, to see whether or not that road was meant to be paved or not, to see if we can do something to help him out, especially with this new project.
Mr. Chair, yes, we can look at the plats, but it wasn't required to be paved at the time because it was not part of the development that was approved at the time. I mean, it was platted, but this particular property, because it's now, this property owner owns that portion of the road, that's why they're being required to pave it. We cannot legally require them to do improvements on someone else's property and on a property that's not part of this development.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
I think we're both confused, and here's the reason. It's because if I am a developer, and let's say I have to build a road from here to that wall to get to my section of land in order to improve that property on the other side of that wall, I have no requirements to abate the conditions that the previous owners have on the side of that road as part of the access to get to my property?
Well, I mean, that's not what I'm saying, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds. What I am saying, though, is that it has been reviewed, the stormwater that was going to be, that would be created by those lots and what would be flowing on that road that has been paved, that has all been reviewed by the Flood Commission, by our engineering department, and they have approved that set of plans the way it was presented. And so what they have approved is that the amount of water that's being carried, the amount of water that's going to be retained on those lots is not, or is a correct, it's being mitigated correctly.
So what I understand you saying is that our flood commission who approved the plans didn't take into consideration the impact for the existing homeowners of a new road being built to access this new property.
Okay, that is not what I said. What I said is that what they reviewed and what was presented in the plans, they determined has sufficient mitigation that it's not creating an impact on other property owners.
Okay. Okay, so if they determine that and they're wrong, because we obviously have pictures showing that there is impact on existing owners, what do we do about it?
All right, I mean, that's a question that unfortunately I'm not able to answer. I did not personally see the impact of that storm. I was not able to get comments from the Flood Commission regarding that storm.
So I believe if I understand it correctly, and I need Mr. Nelson, Mr. Gooden to give me the legal standing on this, we can actually approve this with conditions, am I correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, okay, this is a final plat approval. Okay, so there's already been the preliminary portion done of it, and now it's coming in for the final approval. Sure, you can add conditions. There's a risk to that. Because if those can be determined by the landowner that the conditions are not consistent with the preliminary plat, and they appeal the decision, sue the county, whatever it may be. So to come back in now and see, because really when you get to the final plat approval, it's taking, this is what was originally done, now we've got to the final part, and they're doing the improvements. So, I mean, really at this stage, we're looking at, we had the preliminary approval of the subdivision. Are they complying with what was done at that point in time? And I'll let Ms. Ainsworth correct me if I'm wrong on that, because, you know, she's a lot more involved in this planning side of it and what it means for preliminary plat, subdivision approval, and then the final approval. So I'll kind of defer that to her.
And Mr. Chair, Commissioner Reynolds, I agree. I mean, the preliminary plat was approved, and that was essentially their green light to develop that subdivision. They subsequently presented construction documents for those improvements. Those were completed, they were inspected. They received approvals for that infrastructure, and the only thing pending is the infrastructure for the electricity.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we go into closed session to have a discussion about this for a moment.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to go into closed session. Do I hear a second?
Mr. Chairman, I think it would be a little bit better to take all the testimony and to see if there's other responses to some of the questions, because you're only asking Ms. Ainsworth. I think it falls back on the property developer to have an opportunity to address some of the additional concerns. Then if they're, for purposes of making any final determination, we certainly can go into a closed session. But I would do it after all of the testimony has been received.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I need 2 minutes and a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Okay, 2-minute break has been asked.
And we won't go into
ahead.
closed session. We'll just take a break. 2 minutes.
Okay. Miss Amesworth, come on up and lead us in the right direction right
Okay.
now.
Mr. Chair, we were able
Yes.
to ask Michael Garza from the Flood Commission to come in, and I'd like to ask him if he would say a few words about the design of that roadway, how much water it carries, and whether or not the road design is affecting the flooding on that particular property.
Perfect. Come on up. Michael, do you swear to tell the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Are we talking about Tres Sendas Road being the road that we're wanting information?
Yes, we
on?
are.
So I'm not sure why I'm the authority on why the road was built correctly. You think that, has anyone from the Engineering Roads Department been here to?
Michael, we've given you the authority to be the expert on everything.
Do we, sorry, I wasn't listening earlier, but is the Tres Sendas Road have curb and gutter? Do we know?
It does not.
It does not. So typically, if the road is not constructed with a curb and gutter section on it,
Mr.
it's
Chair,
not designed for conveyance.
He needs to be sworn in.
I swore him in.
Well, that's what I said, and Jonathan said you did.
Jonathan, I swore him in.
He swore him in. If
I
it'll- if
did
it'll
my
help
duty,
you,
Jonathan.
Mr. Chair, if it'll help you, I'll swear at him.
Continue on, Mr. Garza.
So typically, in the way that we look at things, generally speaking, if a road has curb and gutter, it is designed for conveyance, to move water from point A to point B. If there is no curb and gutter, that's very likely not the intention of the road, to convey water. But in terms of the Flood Commission's, I guess, status on this, we reviewed the subdivision, we approved it per design, and the drainage report that went along with the subdivision didn't have any comments related to offsite drainage or anything. There is a flood zone on the West Mesa, but it ends at the Picacho Drain. So there's a drain and a lateral between the West Mesa and this property. So anything that is impacting this subdivision is likely localized runoff. That's already been there.
Okay. Thank you, Michael, for coming in. Do you have a question for Mr. Garza? Go ahead. Yeah, of course.
Hey, Michael, did you actually take into consideration that in your approval that not having curbs and gutters in the design of the road and the potential runoff based on them not being there? Did you actually consider that as part of your approval?
To Chair Commissioner Reynolds, to be completely honest with you, I'm not exactly sure of the context of this whole conversation. It's my understanding that we're talking about the Mesilla Vineyard Estate subdivision itself.
Correct.
It seems like the questions being asked are Tres Sendas coming from the east going west. Tres Sendas Road is not part of Mesilla Vineyard Estates in its entirety. So I'm not exactly sure what section of
We're
Tres Sendas
talking about the corner of Tricendas, and where does your property begin, sir? Sandy Beach. So,
Just this section right here, the one that was actually paved for that.
the green line right there, yeah.
Okay, so the actual criteria in which that portion was reviewed is probably best asked to the Engineering Roads Department, but it's my understanding that the request, when the subdivision comes in, is that it would be tied into the existing section to meet what is already there. You wouldn't want to, to tie into a previously
Gotcha.
existing road with a different section.
It makes me understand. So you're saying that we actually put that section of road in, the county did?
From the area outside of Mesilla Vineyard Estates going to the west, yes.
But we're not talking about
was
that. We're
existing.
talking about inside the subdivision, yeah.
Correct.
So we basically would have approved it, and we can ask Mo at a later date or whenever, that it would follow the same building criteria as the west part of Tricendas.
Correct.
Okay,
And when
that
we
makes sense.
When we review the subdivision, when it comes in, it's the engineer of record's responsibility to analyze offsite drainage. So if that was not included in the drainage report and we concurred with that statement, then offsite drainage wouldn't have been a factor in our review. But it would, I'd have to go back and look at the drainage report to give you specifics on that.
Okay,
And
perfect.
Zach may be able to speak more on that.
Perfect. And then I saw Mr. McMillan's hand up. If you want to come on up, sir. And I don't believe I've sworn you in yet, so do you swear to tell the truth, sir?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you.
Yes. A
couple of things. One is, I am the developer, but I'm also a neighbor, and I live right across the street. And I don't believe he knew that I was the developer, because I just talked to him about this, and I said, why didn't you come and talk to me about this problem? And he said, because he thought it was a different developer, and he thought it was, I'm not gonna name names, but it was somebody else. So anyway, he's my neighbor. I have just spoken with him. I also looked at his pictures, and hindsight is 2020. So whether our design is affecting him, whether the county's requirements are affecting him, the bottom line is it's affecting him. And I looked at his pictures, and so we are going to go sit down, and we're going to talk to the engineer, we're going to talk to the contractor, and come up with a solution. And we will help in that solution. I don't think I would be required to do that legally, because I built the road the way I was asked to build the road. We designed it the way we were asked to design it. But again, hindsight is 2020, and I'm his neighbor. We have worked together in the past on other things, and I'm gonna work with him on this. This was a 100-year flood. So things like this are gonna happen when you have that kind of a flood. So hopefully we can come up with a solution with the contractor. The only other things I wanted to address is I'm also Tony's neighbor as well. And the streetlight issue, currently the school bus does not stop at that location. They stop at the next road. And I own that corner piece there. There's a vineyard right there, and I have electricity there. And if the county or anybody would like to put in a road, a streetlight there, I would certainly not object and be happy to give you access to do that or whatever I need to do. If the school bus does move to the other location, which I don't see why they would, but if they did, or they had to, you know, I'll be happy to work. And I don't own any property there at that corner anymore. So I'm not sure what I could do there, but I'd be happy to do what I could. So
Awesome, thank you.
if there's any other questions.
Mr. Tucker, I'm your county commissioner, so please do contact me, work with me. I'll help mediate if needed or whatever we need to do. But thank you, Mr. McMillan, for going over there, introducing yourself, and getting that worked out. So I thank you both for doing that here. You know, it happens. I get it. Mr. Reynolds, yes.
Mr. Chair, thank you so much. Mr. McMillan, Mr. Tucker, I appreciate the way that you all work together as good neighbors to actually come to some sort of mutual agreement that you're going to make that a good place for everybody to live. You know, it's not often that we get a chance to be a part of something like that. And I know that it sounds like sometimes we're hard, okay, and sometimes impossible. But you know what? Our goal is to make sure that we don't continue to make mistakes like we made in another development here in the community recently, or a year or so ago. And I got to tell you, I'm going to be much more diligent, not to you, but to everybody, to try to make sure that this is the kind of outcome we get, so that the developers are appreciated and not disappointing everybody else in the neighborhood. So I like the whole community to think about being a good neighbor first, okay, and then making money second. And if we do that, I think we'll all come to the right kind of conclusion. And so thank you very much for offering that. I appreciate it. Okay.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none. Brandy, roll call vote, please, on the acceptance of the final plat.
Commissioner Murillo?
Yes.
Commissioner Reynolds?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez? Vice Chair Sheldro Hernandez?
Yes. Okay, so final plat approval passes. Thank you. Brandy, any correspondence, item number 22?
Yes, we have two. Lawrence Sanchez versus Doña County, and Tabitha Long versus Doña County.
Beautiful, thank you very much. Okay, seeing as there's nothing else on the agenda, I'll go ahead and call this meeting to a close. It's 2:06 p.m. Thank you very much.